Well, hello there, everybody. How you doing today? How you doing tonight? Ugh, I'm out of breath. I was like, okay, work's finally done. I can relax for a little bit with some blueprints. And then I realized I hadn't really done a whole lot of movement. So I'm like, okay, I got 10 minutes before the stream starts. I'll do a bunch of leg curls and toe lifts and arm curls and such. Took more out of me than I expected. But I'm doing good. Who we got here tonight? Space Psycat, Klessaler? Klessalier? Mari, I need to sleep. You can sleep, Mari. It'll be up on the VOD channel eventually. Remster. Did I say Broken Mercy? Hello, Broken Mercy. I am curious for everyone here. Are you here because your sleep schedule is also messed up and it's like 3 a.m. for you too? Or are you in some other part of the world where it's like the afternoon or a normal time for people to be awake? Ah, it's 5 p.m. where Remster's at. So you're you're on almost the exact opposite side of the world. Cali time. Is this early morning Hardleg gaming? Or late night Hardleg gaming? I mean, I haven't gone to sleep yet, so late night for me, early morning for some people. American Deutscher. For some reason, because you had the word Deutscher in your name, I assumed you were from Germany. Or at least the Netherlands or something. But I guess America is the first word in your name, so that makes sense. I would have gone to bed sooner, but my dog is asleep on my bed and I don't want to kick her off. I thought this was a Josh stream. Do I look like Josh to you? Okay, we need to hopefully get the, what's it called? The tomb. I realize there's something I need to go down here and do. It's not the tomb. We could try to do the schoolhouse, though. Last time we did the thing where we got the axe and we used it to remove the gem cost from the schoolrooms. Oh, this is just sitting out here. Good to know. Joe could be Josh. But I am not. Are you a space cat? Well, space cats don't actually exist. American Germans exist. Library. No, I don't think we want the library yet. Because other things still cost 2 gems, and we've only got, or multiple gems, and we've only got 2. I'd hate to get an attic and not be able to do anything. Ah, there we go. Our good friend, the parlor. Wind-up key. It's like a wind-up rabbit. Okay. So is this the Clue game with more steps or better Nancy Drew graphics? I don't think there's anything like this. It's like, imagine if Myst was a roguelike. That's this game. The gems are in another box. The truth is on another box. The words another box are on another box. So this one is true. We know this is true for sure. And does another, wait, what does another mean? It'd be an other box. So, is another an inclusive word? Like if it says the truth is on another box, does that mean the truth can also be on this box? Or does another exclude this one? Because, like, that's going to be the linchpin. I think another excludes this one. Yeah, because this one, okay, so, like, the words another box are on another box, right? If another means this one and another one, then this is true. If another means one of those boxes but not this one, then this is false. Because this has another. And if you don't know, this one... What's with this other box complex stuff? Blue is false, I think. Yeah. I mean, that is the other way to look at it. Like, we could try to logic this out and try to figure it out, but at the same time, the only one that mentions gems is this one. And so, like, if this is false, then the gems are in here. If this is true, we have no idea where the gems are, so they're just probably in the blue box. We just assume. But now that we know that real quick, okay, so this one's false. The truth is on another box. Okay, so another can include itself. Because if this one is false, then at least one of these has to be true. And if this one is true, then, like, this is the only other box. So this must be the true box that this is talking about, and this is referring to each other. Hey, classroom number 1. All right. Yeah, so if you weren't here last time, classroom, generally, whenever I open a door, you could think of it as like, I have a deck of cards that contains all the possible rooms. Usually, each room can only show up once, except for I think the workshop can show up twice. I've had that show up several times. By getting this outer room, this says today, there's 8 classrooms in today's draft pool. When you open up a classroom, you're in grade 1. The second classroom will be grade 2, and so on. There's an achievement a trophy for getting to the 8th classroom. So we've got to try to draft all 8 classrooms. Previously, that was really difficult because some rooms cost gems. The classroom was one of them. But we found a thing an object in a previous run, which let us permanently remove the gem cost from one room in the game. And we decided to remove the one for the school so that we could do specifically this. So let me real quick, this is the kind of game where you have to keep notes. And I do have a whole folder full of blueprint stuff, including a subfolder just about the classrooms. Last time we got 1, 2, I think we only got up to 4, so we got halfway there. Yeah, and the school is teaching us things. One of the things that we have to learn in order to beat the final puzzle of the game is essentially the coat of arms or the sigil for each of the major countries in the world. In grade school, the sheet is just like, fill out the colors with the correct worksheet. Each color appears twice. And they include 3 flags of the 3 countries that are on this continent. And so by figuring out which one uses which and looking at the grades of the other students, we could deduce, there we go. There's my version that I filled in. We got these colors. Will that be useful at a later date? Probably, but at the moment, I don't know exactly what to do with it. Okay, we're moving right along. A classroom on a classroom. Well, that does bring us to a dead end, but it also just gets us a second one right away. And we don't even have to, oh, we should enter it anyway, because every classroom has an apple. And an apple gives us 2 steps, so it's free to enter. Yeah, mathematics worksheet. This is for... This doesn't help us with the main puzzle, it just helps with, like, general... There's a bunch of other puzzles that use stuff like this. Okay. So now we go back. And if you're curious about the steps in the top left, you'll notice every time I enter a room, step goes down. If they reach 0, I have to call it for the day, and this run is over. Eating food can get us new ones. Third classroom. As tempting as it is, it would be a dead end, and I don't want a dead end quite so soon. So we're going to do this, and we'll come back to that. We just store room right here. Get a key. Yeah, sure. According to Twitch, viewers also watch, and there's a bunch of names. I don't know any of those people. Okay, let's go this way. Ooh. Yeah, classroom number 3. What's this one? It is the science worksheet. Despite this being an alternate universe, they do have the same periodic table of elements that we do. And this helped with another puzzle we had to solve. Telltale Batman. It is similar. I'm going to use one of our redraws. Okay. Yeah, I think we want the boudoir here. Yeah, I want to try to get over to that left side if possible. Boudoir is cool because it contains dice, or at least it does now. There are things that you can get called upgrade discs that let you permanently change a room. This room I added the dice to. Okay, can we get a T-square? Ooh, dining room. Yeah, it's a bit far from the 8th rank, but it is the proper shape that I wanted. Courtyard? Do I want to use a courtyard this early, though? I don't think I do. I don't think I want to use a spare room, though, either, just to get down. Well, if there's a classroom down there, that would be a good place to put it. Yeah, we'll use the spare room. Hey, and there's a classroom. There's the desk. Yeah, the geography worksheet. We're trying to find out the sigil for each one. And we did eventually, I believe. Where is it at? There we go. Yeah, there's... The thing is, there's 7 countries, right? There's the 3 on the right side, plus this, like, island nation. And then there's 3 on the left side. But we know there's 8 countries. One of the mysteries we're trying to solve is what happened to the 8th country. I think I might be king of, like, a lost country. Specifically, they put this symbol for this one. And it got knocked off, and they said, I hope this isn't a political statement. This is, I believe, the symbol of our country. But we were, like, erased from history or something. So here's a better look at the map. 8. Yeah, we never came here with a, Oh. Little hint with the extra symbols. Yeah, we didn't have a magnifying glass here last time. Oh, it's the 3 boxes from the parlor room. $90 degrees. I feel like this is a clue, chat. Let me go ahead. I'm going to take an image of this. Let's see. In the classroom, map, close-up 1. Yeah, if we ever have to rotate something, remember it's 46. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything on the countries themselves. Morajai. I remember my blueprints folder. I made so many screenshots. Good times. Yep, doesn't seem to be anything here except an eye. And this I've seen before. In the lady's bedchamber, she had, like, this written, and she's like, does it just go on and on forever or something? Let me see if I can find that again. Should be somewhere around here. No, that ain't it. Huh. Did I not save it after all? I could have swore I did. There it is. Does it never end? Yeah, it's like the same thing, but tilted. Something to do with space? Or the planets? Arrows going down. The sacred circle. The spiral of stars. Is there a story to the game? Yes. It's a bit complicated. Well, we know all the names of the planets. Go ahead. I'm gonna need to put a timer on my Screenshot taker. Planets 1. It's the only unfortunate thing is anytime you gotta zoom in to get a screenshot with the magnifying glass, you can't get all of it in one screenshot. Who knows if this is even useful? Zoom, enhance. Ice eclipse, in eclipse. The Isles of Aresi. Raja. Orinda Aries. Yeah, that's where we're at, I believe. We're like at the north part of Orinda Aries. Up around here somewheres. The Island of Nuance. Yep, and here's all the symbols for the houses. They've included this one, which is like the lost one. The devoted moon, the rogue moon. He's got a chart there. An iron balloon. Okay. Enough note-taking. Oh yeah, there's the... Yeah, Reddington and Mount Holly. That's where we're at. With Arch Aries above us and Araja below us. Okay, we're making good time. Let's see. Pantry? A pantry would be fine. Pantry always contains $4 and some piece of food. Oranges are worth $5. That's a shitty hallway. Yeah, we'll take the reading nook. Get myself a key. Just in time. Chapel? Yeah, I've got enough money for a chapel. The red rooms always have some kind of downside to them. The chapel makes you pay 1 gold every time you enter. Could really use a shop or something. Yeah, at the risk, we still have plenty of room for classrooms. Let's get the observatory real quick. Maybe we can get some keys or something. Apples are tastier. Got the key. What's this one? The twins. Ah. And the wedge. And a diamond. Oh, and a bigger diamond. What's that? That one's like the cross, though. I don't think we want that one. That's the... No, it's Diamond Miner. No, it's not. What is that one? Yeah, it's a Southern Cross. Okay. That can be good, but since we want classrooms, we don't want to fill up the deck with a whole bunch of, like, four-way intersections. Kitchen is alright. Security is alright. Never hurts to get security. Okay. Let's go ahead. I think we've gone too far. So let's, first of all, 2 trunks. Okay, we know that. Set the security level to low for now. Maybe we can find a thing to turn off the power. And let's log into the network. I think we're going to do the office one. We can access 1 offline computer each day. The office one lets us spread money throughout the doors we've already opened. Since we're going back through a whole bunch of doors anyway, that'll give us a chance to collect a bunch of money. And then if we can get, like, a keysmith or a restaurant or not a restaurant, a kitchen or a commissary, then we'll be in really good shape. We'll be able to get our way out of whatever problems we've gotten ourselves into. Oh, was I almost 8? No, I couldn't have gotten through that one room anyway. Huh. I expected a lot more gold. Okay. Classroom. Yeah. Grade 5, the art room. Yeah, we've gone through this before. Apples are tastier, so they're worth 5 now. Classroom into classroom. I do also want a commissary. Yeah, we'll do this real quick. We got plenty of chances to get classrooms. What's you got for sale? We'll take a shovel. We'll take a salt shaker. And I'll take a key. I'll take 2 keys. Has anyone reached 46? Yeah, I got to 46 already. Pool? I'll go ahead and spend a gem to rotate this. It's not the way I wanted it rotated. There we go. Oh. Swimming trunks. Why can't I switch into them? Last time I got these from the I bought these from the gift store. I assumed they would allow me to swim. I can't seem to activate them though. The trunks spawn in the pool. Oh, I've got to drain the pool again. That's what they mean by trunk. Okay, it's another fucking pun. Mandatory puns in this game. Yeah, I don't like any of these. I'll redraw. New classroom, PogChamp. Okay. The stars. Oh, I can't block the light. Unrealistic. Salty apple. History worksheet. Who was the first crowned ruler of Fen Ares? Which city in Fen Ares is named after a historical figure? How many sons did the fourth king of Arida have? How long did the War of the Fifth Era last? Which realm did not ally with Fen Ares during the war? Which flag was forbidden to be flown at full staff after the war? Okay, time for a new worksheet, Chad. History worksheet. I'm going to save that. And then we're going to have a little fun time, Chad. Let me open up Microsoft Paint. If my computer will load. And then we're going to... There it is. Yeah, I guess I'll use red ink. We're going to save this as history worksheet filled. And then we can put this on screen for you. And then if I figure things out, I can fill this in. I think I've read enough of the history stuff to know some of these, or at least I should. But I don't remember it off the top of my head. History is penned by the victors. Yeah, I know that. Next slide. Yeah, it was the Red Army versus the Black Army. I think our parents were the Black Army. And the Red won. Although the king of the Red Army died. Among the fighting. And a new red prince rose to the crown. They've got the pentagon symbol, which you can see in the back there. Oh yeah, and they tore down... There used to be railroads between all the major countries on this continent, and the Red Prince tore them down. He wanted to be super excited about just his part of the country. And I can't use the, what's it called? Okay, and then we're just back at the start, I believe. Yeah. Okay, let's look at what everyone else's sheets say. 4 out of 6. Okay, so Noah's got 2 of these right. Also 4 out of 6. Also 4 out of 6. No one knew history. 50%. That's an F where I'm from. Okay. So who's the first... I wonder, do I have this? Do I have that library book saved? No. Or do I? I've got this from the Uncensored History of Orindia. But this is the only book that I managed to put in my notes. Second Era Druidu closed, the three sovereign realms had achieved a period of remarkable progress and prosperity. Each of these distinct regions, ruled by their respective sibling monarchs, had blossomed, cultivating the bountiful resources of their land and developing a unique character and culture that set them apart from one another. Despite their differences, they managed to maintain friendly relations throughout their lives and were known for cooperation. Succeeding generations, their heirs continued the tradition. The Third Era was defined by construction of a vast network of railways that spanned the length and breadth of the land, linking the northern mountains of Arch Ares to the southern shores of Araja. Yeah, and there's two versions of this book, one that's censored and one that isn't. And the censored one gets rid of the mention that, like, we were unified and had a railway connecting everything. And also it censors out that symbol in the middle. Okay. I'll have to do this again. I feel like this would be easy if we had, if we had the ability to just, like, sit down and look at all of them at once, you know? First crowned ruler. This guy says General Teskin. DeSaltes. General Teskin. Prince Learson. So the only one that has two of them right, say it's the general. So based on there, I think that's what I recall. Go ahead and get my own. I'm going to say General Teskin. We'll just assume the majority is right. Which city in Fen Ares is named after a historical figure? I don't think it's Reddington. It's either Fen or, I think it's no. I think it's Oris? Is it Oris? I think it's Oris. Let's see. This person says Oris. This person also said Reddington. This person said Oris. So it's 2 and 2. 2 say Oris, 2 say Reddington. Hard to say, hard to leg. How many sons did the fourth king of Arida had? I thought it was... Oh. Wait, the fourth king of Orinda? I thought he was the one who had 3 and they split it into 3 kingdoms. But they don't want you to know about the second one, so maybe it's just 2. 60 and 6. 2. 2. 2. Yeah, so I assume it's 2. I think I remember that from the history story. How long did the War of a Fifth Era last? 6 years, 12 years, 22 years, the entire era. Yeah, I think it was 22 years. The thing I remember from that was they said that, like, 1 in 3 men died in the War of the Fifth Era. It was a big one. So yeah, 22 years. The entire era. 22 years. Yeah, so the majority say 22. That's what I think is right as well. Which realm did not ally with Fen Ares during the war? It would be Arch Ares. Yeah, they say Arch Ares. They say Araja. They say Araja. They say it's another 2 and 2. Which flag was forbidden to be full staff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the black flag. Black flag. Black flag. Yeah, everyone thinks it's the black flag. All right, so we've got my version where I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of the answers, and the other two are kind of like unknowns. But by comparing what we know to be true, I'm pretty sure these 4 answers are true. So we can compare it to like Noah's worksheet. We know he got 2 wrong. A is right. 1 is right. 3 is right. 4 is right. And 6 is right. Which means the only 2 he got wrong were 5 and 2. The ones that we don't know. But that means we can safely say it isn't Reddington and it isn't Arch Aries. Ah. So this one, they've got 1 wrong. 3 is right. 4 is wrong. So if 1 is wrong and 4 is wrong, then the others must all be right. We know black flag is right, which makes me think the answer for 5 must be Araja. And the answer for 2 must be Oris. Now, just to make sure if we, if what we should have here on mine is a 6 out of 6. Here, let's pressing the wrong buttons. There we go. 6 out of 6. A plus. Good job. Smiley face. Yeah, we got like the perfect sheet here. Now he's got to make sure it doesn't contradict one of these other ones. So this person got 4 out of 6, which means 2 are wrong. That should be number 2. Number 3. And the other ones are all correct. Yeah, the only ones they've only got 2 that are different from me. They think 2 is C, and they think 3 is D. Let's see, and they've got half wrong. So they've got 1 wrong, 2 is right, 3 is right, 4 is wrong, 5 is wrong, 6 is right. Okay. So our filled worksheet is consistent with all the other worksheets. So now we know Oria was who the Fen Aries is named after. He had 2 sons. Granted, you got to remember this is again censored history. We know from the uncensored book that there were 3 sons. It's just one of them got effectively erased from history. Okay, next classroom. The kitchen. We've got 58 steps. That's a lot. I think we've got 9 redraws. Yeah, we can use a redraw. Ooh, an attic and a pump room. We don't want to visit the pump room until we do the thing. Yep, let's just get another classroom. Grade 7. Another tasty apple. With salt. Algebra worksheet. Advanced functions. Fuck, man. Shit. They got advanced real quick. Have you done the mid layer of the reservoir yet? No. But I don't want to do that until I've had a chance to go into the tomb. Because there's like, from the tomb side of the reservoir, there was a hallway that was flooded. And I haven't been there since I've lowered the water level. So there's something I can get to there that I don't have access to normally. And I want to do that before I go into the pump room. Don't square till you're there. Good job, Branson. Who's in 7th grade and still spelling their first name in all caps like that? Zach Kraft. I wonder if these are developer names. You think they're developer names? Did I miss anything huge in the hour I missed in the CB radio stream? I don't remember at this point. Lots of stuff happening all the time. Okay. Fortunately, you're not missing much this time because we're just filling out an algebra worksheet. Don't you love algebra? Okay. So we save this as algebra worksheet. Then we make a new thing in MS Paint. Bring this over here. Go ahead and save this as algebra worksheet filled. Then we can put this on the stream. Make it the right size. Okay. There you go. The Joe sheet. So I think, at least from what I've seen, with the, what's it called? The damn billiard room puzzle. Putting a box in a square is how, in this dimension, they say something is squared. So 3 squared should just be 9. But they have a different order of operations in this universe. That's why I'm looking at this one. They say, oh, you can't see it because I put my paper in exactly the right spot. Yeah, they say, remember, don't square till you're there. Who did the best? Which makes me think they square last. But everyone here is shitty at math, so it's hard to tell. Well, no idea. But I assume they got the bottom ones right. Or the top, the easy ones. So if 3 square 5... Wait, is the yellow? I thought the yellow was times. Where's the thing? No, yellow is subtraction. Yeah, they've got different colors. So 3 squared minus, no, you don't square it till you're there. So it would be, no, wait. Yeah. 3 minus 5 would be -2. And then -2 squared is 4, right? It's just left to right. Let me double check. -2. And then square. Yeah. If you square a negative, it becomes positive. And that's how they got 4. And they also got 4. And they also got 4. Yeah, because if we did, it'd also be 4 if it was left to right, though. Oh, would it? 9 minus 5? Oh, good point. Damn, why they gotta trick me like that? Well, either way, ours is, we know that ours is 4. Check out my sweet 4. Easy peasy. Okay, next one. Okay, yeah, if it's just left to right, it'd be 7 minus 5 squared. So that would also be 4, right? Because it would be 7 minus 5 is 2, and then you square it is 4. But they've got 16. They've got 44. They've got 4. So 3 different answers. I doubt there'd be negative answers. Did anyone put negative answers? This person did. They've got one answer of -400. Branson with his huge letters. Yeah, if it's the opposite, if you assume, yeah, it would be negative. As like if we assume that like, because our system, the please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, you would handle an exponent before anything else. So the 5 you would square first into 25, and then it would be 7 minus 25. And that would be a negative. And none of these are negatives. So it must just be left to right, I guess. So this one would be the next one. I believe the purple text, is that multiply or is that divide? It's got to be multiply, right? Yeah, or I guess it's like pinkish. Yeah, division is like a deep purple, which division doesn't seem to be on here. Okay, so this would be 3 times 2, which is 6. 6 squared, so 6 times 6. That would be 36. I honestly don't remember, and I can't see the colors anyway. I have the sheet for it. Yeah, they think it's 36. Good old Branson. They think it's 36. They think it's 12. Don't square till you're there. Oh, that's what they mean. So you just go left to right, So you do 2 squared times 1 squared, which would just be 4, right? Yeah, that's what's making sense. 16, 16, 4. Okay, well, they got the same one, but they got the least amount right. No idea. One squared is 1, right? Yeah, because it's just 1 times 1. Okay. And then this one that might actually be hard. But this would be 5 times 2. Yeah, 5 times 2 is... No. Yeah, this is... Okay, how do we do this before? 3 times 2 is 6, and then we squared it. Yeah. So 5 times 2 would be 10. And then we would square it, which would be 100 plus 5. So what, 105? And then minus 95 squared. Yeah, minus 95. That's just 10. Yeah, 10 squared. Minus 95 equals 100, or 10. And then 10 squared would just be 100 again. I think that's it. Yeah, they got 100. If at least one person got 100, okay, they said no idea. They said 10. Yeah, we'll have to double check afterwards. Okay, here's the big thing. You know, even without seeing any other kind of documentation before, I saw a box in a square. Shouldn't the previous be 16? It's 2 squared. So you go left to right. So it's 2 squared, that's 4. 2 squared times 1. Or I'm sorry, no, that'd be 4 times 1, which would be 4, and then you square it, so it would be 16. You're correct. I'm so used to in regular math, like putting two things next to each other is like multiply if they're in whatchamacallit, parentheses. And I keep seeing these bubbles as parentheses. And yeah, that was what this person got. So they got 16 and they got 16. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, I was saying if that's squared, does the like number in a diamond mean square root? Is that saying like what's the square root of 16? Like you're doing the reverse? In which case that would be 4, right? Yeah, 4, 61, 61, 61. What's 16 squared? $256. How would they get to 61? What's 9 plus 10? 21. I can only guess so, yeah. Unless they have some kind of advanced thing that like we don't know of, where putting it in a rectangle or putting it in a diamond just reverses it. So 16 in a diamond means 61, which means 12 in a diamond would be 21 minus 2 would be 21, 20, 19. Yeah. Of course, this is from the guy who did the worst. They got 2. But they also got 19. Yeah, so the only thing I could think, unless they're getting all of these wrong, putting it in a diamond just reverses it. So 61, what would we even call this function? It's like a function that doesn't exist in real math. Diamondized. Reversed. 16 reversed is 61. 12 reversed is 21 minus 2 is 19. But what's 5 in a diamond? Like 5 in a diamond would be what, 50? Or would it just be 5? This is the one that gave him negative 400. 52. Yeah, everyone's got different answers on this. You'd reverse last. Oh yeah, you don't go until you're there. Yeah, so that would be 30 minus 5 to 25. Reversed would be 52. It's weird though, because Zach is the one who like treats it as the square root the first 2 times and then gets it right here. I don't know what the fuck Branson is doing. And then Sandra got it right. And then this is like really like I wouldn't 21.7 in a weird box or in a weird in a Pepsi symbol. 22 20 22. What do you do to 22? What do you do to 21.7 that... Is it in a circle because it's rounded up? Is it just rounding up? But then what are these things that have like multiple circles? Does that mean you like round it up to the next highest thing? The next digit? So like, you know, 21.7 rounded up would be 22. And then this would be like, because there's 2 lines, you're rounding it up to 22, and then you're rounding 22 up to or rounding it down, I guess it would be, to 20. Yeah. I guess that makes sense how this person got to 20 then. 22 would round down to the nearest 10. Yeah, they got 20. They still think it's 22. They got it reversed. You'd be rounding to the tens place. Yeah, so then this bottom one, if you, okay. So rounding it to the third place, 59.6 rounded once would be 60. 60 rounded again is still just 60. But then if you rounded it to the third place, it would go to 100. So the left number would be 100. And then we're doing 100 minus 59.6. which is, what's that, like, 40, fuck, the decimal's messing me up. I just remove the decimal for a second. We do 1,000 minus 596, and that should be, fuck, I'll break out the calculator. 404, thing not found. Recall that the yellow has the squiggle. Yeah, but the way it works, or the way their thing works, is like, you do the thing and then you squiggle it. Like with the, if you go 2 up, right, it's like 30 minus 5, and then you square the answer. You start on the inner and you go outer, just like the billiard board. So in this one, it would be like, you start on the left, you do the rounding, so that's up to 100, then 100 minus 59.6, which is 40.4, and then you round that up by the first decimal, or round that by the first decimal, which would just make it 40. I believe. Yeah, which is what Zach got. And Branson. It yields the same answer as doing it before here. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, so either way, I've got what I believe to be the correct worksheet. Now we just got to compare it with everyone else and make sure we've got it right. So they've got 8 out of 12 right. There's 4 of theirs wrong. Yeah, it's weird because rounding is not something, like, we learned how to round. I think I learned how to round in like 3rd grade, and that was never something that we like used in algebra. Rounding was never like a mathematical function. We don't, as far as I know, is there like a mathematical symbol for like round this number that we use? Okay, so I forgot, lost count again. 4 of these should be wrong. Let's see. So problem 1 is right. That's right. There's 1 wrong. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That one's wrong. That one's wrong. That one's wrong. Okay, that's 4. That's exactly 4. This isn't even algebra. That's what the worksheet says. They're called floor and ceiling functions. Interesting. Okay. So they've got 3 that they've got to get wrong. 9 is right. 4 is right. 4 is right. 36, 16. They got this one wrong. That's 1. 4 is wrong. That's 2. This should be 19. That's 3. And then the other 4 are correct. Okay. And then just for the sake of thoroughness, they got 5 wrong. 9, 4, that one's wrong, that one's wrong, that one's wrong, that one's wrong. 61, 19, 52, 22, 20, that one's wrong. Okay. We did it. It's one of those things, I think it's a really fun, a really neat puzzle. One of the things you can take advantage of the fact that, like, they have a completely different society is like, yeah, they wouldn't necessarily do math in the same way that we do. They might have, like, the same concept of numbers, but what they use for, like, plus, minus, and, like, what kind of symbols they prioritize would be completely different. Also, real quick, before I forget, I almost didn't get paranoid, chat. I was almost like, oh yeah, we could just leave this room, and I need to take a screenshot of the algebra. Because for some reason I feel like this will be important. Algebra poster. Okay, where are we in this house again? Drawing room, boiler room, closet. Yeah, we'll just redraw. Courtyard. I got 9. Oh, but we need keys. Nope. There we go. What do I have? I have a shovel, right? Yeah. Passageway? Sure. Ooh, I guess we just closet here. Yeah, I think I'll redraw this one. Yeah, we'll try this. Oh, piece of candy. Blackbridge. I'm the only person to get this. The Curse of Blackbridge. Not read this one yet. This one is long. Cheese and crackers! Alright, you ready for story time, chat? VOD watchers skip 30 minutes. I could read really fast. The legend of Blackbridge is one that's well known to people of the Grand Realm, for versions of this tale have been passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colorful, more verbose, and as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. I can't wait to hear it tomorrow. Bedtime story! However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, the task of confining and binding this tale to text seems an ambitious and impossible challenge. Over the course of my research, I have heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Blackbridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt like the most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. Who wrote this? Redford Elwing. The Berry Picker from Oris. You got secrets hidden in those berries? Possibly. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws, composed of society's worst, in a time when society was at its worst, and for each crime that fearful travelers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often value their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise, highway robbery. One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life, having lost two brothers to war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It is not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardships would take the easy road out. An easy and well-traveled road, paved with temptations, leading out of the city and into the gentry lands where loose purse strings entwine with the strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Black Bridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, that notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while the others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worry of being chastised for tarrying upon his return. It's like your grandmother memorized this. You got some pretty long, big words in there, I tell you what. I can't help but use the magnifying glass. I should probably just stay to it. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way Jesper had passed by many familiar bush, all priorly pillaged and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even patience had its limits. He was confident that even according for the time lost to this long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as stars in the skies. Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of this newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper sent off to fill his basket and was making steady strides in the task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. A carriage! A carriage is approaching! The thought of it made Jesper freeze. Had he been so entranced by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept towards the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment before the sound's source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around a corner of trees, led by two beautiful white horses and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. It was not just any carriage, it was a royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such a sight before, Jesper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch, and upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such effect that the noble steed slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You, boy, get out from behind that bush!" he shouted with a rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death, coming round the bend of my own drive and seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought not to be any face." Jesper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older, and his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through the bramble and mud. I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket up to allow the driver to see proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expression on the most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions that the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the unholy hounds picking berries seemed fanciful, farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. "Berries, eh? Say you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy." Jesper took his cue to finally step forward from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. "I know, and what luck I found them! I've only just begun picking, and look how many I have! It would have taken me fourfold the time back home to procure this number." The driver bent down for a closer look. "And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far." Jesper replied with a scripted response. "A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods." To Tanner Fork? Huh. One second, chat. I have to make a screenshot of this. People who have been watching for a long time know. Let's see. Library. Black Bridge, Tanner Fork. Okay. Jesper replied with a scripted response. "A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods." "My God, that is far. You couldn't have come all that way only this morning." It was true. Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jesper had traveled, and while that response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location closer to the Black Bridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. "Sir, I have traveled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there is no distance yet made by man that would be worthy undertaking for a prize such as these. Surely you have tasted them for yourself?" Jesper felt happier with this response, as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. "In my youth, often, but perhaps I took for granted because I never had to travel very far. And even then, my father would always drive us here in our carriage, so I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward." It was Jesper's turn to smile. "Then let my efforts reward us both today." He raised the basket even higher. "A taste in memory of your youth, sir." The driver chuckled and removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down to the basket. He removed one glove. I don't know why I did that as a glove. He removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down to the basket. And at the moment his finger touched the first berry, the dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes. "And for my taste, I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth." The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. "Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause, though I will admit the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me." Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. "Why have you no purse on your person?" The driver slowly raised his hand cautiously, pointing towards the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge to a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he only did in turn softly. "There's a lockbox in the carriage." "Well, come down then, and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands, a concession I assure you of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat." The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree, where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on his man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark eyes displaying no emotion. "I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me?" Oh. It's the guy. "I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me?" Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it. Secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. "If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency." Inside the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant in the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity that this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat, a large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, 2 observations were made. Totemic symbols found carved all on 4 sides of the box hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Orindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the Old World and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock and would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing him from his indentured position. "Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open this box?" Without emotion, the driver replied, "There is no key to that box." Jesper stood up. "Easy enough, then." Real quick, chat. I'm going to take a little picture of this box. Ancient though it be, he headed over to a nearby rock of sizable dimensions and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. If there was ever a time when the lock had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recently. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. "You are cursed, boy, for deadly is that stone. You have opened that which should never have been opened, and you are cursed." Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. "What is it?" "That's one," feeling his disappointment rising to anger now. Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. "One what, you mumbling agentor? And in God's name, why do you have no purse upon your person?" The man did not seem intimidated. "One pace." He paused for effect. 12 more, and you will be dead." He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recently. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had of course heard stories of curses and had never doubted their validity in the past, but now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he now stood, he could live maybe another 3 or 4 days, maybe more given the abundance of nearby berries, a plan that if we ignore its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would it do to be discovered here, beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries and raving about a curse that could very well not be real? No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces and see if life goes on. But Jesper found his legs unable to make that first step. His mind was unable to convince his limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling the desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution. And if, by some stroke of luck, the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him, as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of golden trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4, perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task was too great to chance, and so, after a profound breath, he took his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins and suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox, whose typical function oft secures objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said out loud, to the horses seemingly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. Part 2, Below the Black Bridge. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. So if we had a sick ride, we could circumnavigate steps entirely, exactly. And then it turns out that, the reason the driver was riding around is because he was cursed, And now Jesper's the cursed driver, forever going around the road looking for people or something. I don't know. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered. She was on third watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend, who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful not to wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly she grabbed a bow from the haphazard formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked towards the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia was already posted. She waved, and Ravia waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Ravia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn Miller followed. Ravia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing onto Ravia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the efforts Ravia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They had been on third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time, their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. She had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy never. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern, as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Blackbridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains, the overpass that connected Orist and Reddington. To the city-faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that travelers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern-housed bandit it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day there was no shroud to conceal her expression, nor hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Ravia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, suddenly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary. Gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew what she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back into the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller heard the sound of approach. Ravia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later, two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in a familiar uniform, long gray coats with black facings, white waistcoats and black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Blackguard. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Blackbridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge. information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight, when the blackguard was nearby. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses, faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Ravia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored in each other's expression. This did not sound like the typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead of the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horse was coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had nocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go! Ravia was gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing towards the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had expected cavalry. Before she even finished processing the thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for the carriage to traverse such rough terrain, yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. The third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of this sudden halt immediately shattered the front 2 wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if the horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the Unholy Hounds came spilling forth from the earth as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they both realized. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Joffrey Heartslasher, led the others, cautiously approaching the crushed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and besides him a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move the way a child trails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he still had thorns, honed by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sound of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her. But even in alarm, the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead, louder speech than she had ever heard spoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, her eyes now open wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed two bent fingers against Miller's cheek, and with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. Two bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the other. An hour or so later, the screams began, blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Foddick Lee of the Blackguard looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the collapsed entrance of the cave. Ah, he grinned. Now they speak. Huh. I don't get it. So he was cursed. Oh, I guess they all got cursed because they grabbed the thing. I was expecting like the Jesper to like, oh, he comes in and then they whatchamacallit, like they shoot him and he takes like 3 more steps and dies, and it's like, ah, the curse claims a victim. That sounds like a typical German fairy tale. He made those 12. That's the thing, he didn't make the 12 paces. Unless that counts. Huh. One of the gravestones in there has the symbol of the Black Prince or whatever. Looking for any kind of hint in there. And it's like, and then the rest of them were buried alive. It's like, okay. How did they know they were, because they shot at Jesper? Huh. So I'm trying to think. So the only thing about this, right, is that outside the house, one of the rooms we've unlocked is a little grotto where they put the computer systems, and they named it Blackbridge. And they're like, oh, this will be very fitting given the story. I guess because it's in a cave. So maybe there's something down there? I don't know. You know, I almost liked that story, but it was just kind of worthless in the end. At least it felt like. Maybe it's just me. Do I want a vestibule or a... I've already got so many gems. Get the gems, Bentley Bear. Yeah, we'll just aquarium. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Oh, hey. Free key. Yeah. We'll just do this. Oh, while I'm here, actually. Get the rest of those. Yeah, unless I missed something, there was no, like, clues or anything that would advance the story in there. Did you already make it to room 46 once? Yeah. Right now I'm trying to get to the 8th classroom. I've got 7, so I just need 1 more. Yeah, let's go through security. Now that I've turned that off, and actually, since I have turned that off, we can set the security to high. But yeah, if anyone else has any interpretations of that story, anything we were supposed to take away. And there's the last classroom. I think. Grade 8. Learn Urajan. No. No, come on. Don't make me learn another goddamn language. Why would you do this to me, game? I've already learned your new thing of math. I've learned your new geography. You're gonna throw this at me now, too? Okay. A Rajan worksheet. Can you teach me a new word? The large house is towards the east. I will swim at dawn. I won't read at night. The branches of the tree are old. The trunk of the tree is small. Early Urajan did not use any verbs. So today, the rare usage of verbs are comprised almost entirely of loan words and are mazily used to describe physical actions. Huh. Let's save this. Urajan vocab. Urajan affix pairings. Prefix, suffix. When paired with a verb can mean I will or I won't. Yeah. So Aj means first, Ma means small, towards, new or the start of, last. A lack of myself. What the hell does that mean? Ventriaven. Old. Tree is tray. Ventriven. Old tree old. The branches of the tree are old. Aelor, Ulgo, Nevadao. Yeah, so usually when we find these, we sit down and figure them out, but actually writing down all of this and learning this, like, basic language, I think I'm going to save for if I find anything that's written in a foreign language, and then I'll figure it out. Let me think for a second. There is one thing I think I did find earlier. Let me look through my notes. That ain't it. That ain't it. Castle. I still don't know what that has to do with anything. That's what it was. When we went down into the tomb and we found Uncle's letter to us, he signed it Ovin Nevare. I didn't know what that meant. Towards Ovin. We don't know that word. Towards something. And then Nev is the start of a new. RA is future. Towards a brighter tomorrow, I guess you could say, or a brighter future. But we know that Uncle understood this language. I mean, obviously he was teaching it to kids here or having someone else do it. Look through the rest. Foreman's logs. I don't think those have anything to do with it. There's none in the email. There's Mom's passport. Ooh, it's loud wind outside yet. Yeah, I haven't the slightest clue. That's weird. I thought the last one would have like a test that would test all the skills we learned. As far as I could tell, though, unless there's like Ugo Eljor Nevadao. Start of the day, so good morning, I guess, would be Nevadao. Adlor, Alor. First word. First word, good morning. Ulgo. Yeah, we don't know that one. Yep, and then real quick, I'm just going to take screenshots of all these worksheets. So if I do need to figure this out later, I have all the stuff and I don't have to draft 8 more classrooms. Yeah, it's weird. I could understand having like a big brain moment where suddenly I realized everything we knew, like there was a whole bunch of moments where there was a text here and now I understand it. But as other than that, like one moment from the uncle, I can't think of any other times where we were like reading a note and then it suddenly went into like a foreign language. No, we go down one more. It's the first hole we've dug the whole time, and it's just a shoe. Yeah, maybe there's a 9th classroom, and that's what I gotta. If it adds 8, maybe there's one more I need to get to. I guess we'll find out. Two. Greetings from Reddington. Yep, there's another classroom. Final exam. Please take a seat. Would you take a seat? Would you take a seat right there? 8 years certainly flew by. I'm timed? Fuck. Your exam has begun. You'll now have 30 minutes to complete the next 18 pages of questions related to the curriculum covered by the previous 8 grades. If you do not know the answer to a question, skip it and come back later. This is an open book exam. You may use your notes. You may retrieve information from other rooms to help you as long as you complete the test within 30 minutes. After you've completed your exams, it'll be graded remotely and results will be mailed to you on the following day. Sam left his house at 6 a.m. and drove 3 hours north and passed 8 flags. He then turned northwest at Tanner Fork and drove another 3 hours and passed 4 additional flags of the same color before arriving at Trinsdale at noon. What color were the flags? If he went northwest at Tanner Fork, we just read. That wasn't even in the curriculum. That was in the fucking book we read. But Tanner Fork is close to like the black flags and the black guard and everything. So I assume they would be black. In the scenario above, where does Sam live? Araja. What color is most associated with hallways? It's orange, right? Which of the following would be the least patriotic room pairings? You can get out of the room, walk to previous classrooms if necessary. The exam doesn't stop. Yeah, I know. They said it was open book. You can visit the other rooms. A chapel in Fen Aries, a shop in Arch Aries, a greenhouse in Carosia, a bedroom in Araja. Oh, is this supposed to be... Oh, I've already filled it in. I was like, fuck, if they were black back in that time, but they'd be red now, wouldn't they? Okay, so Fen Aries is red, we know that. Let's grab our classroom notes. Yeah, Fen Aries is red. Araja is purple. A shop in Arch Aries. Yes, I guess it would be a greenhouse, because we don't know that one necessarily. What color is the fruit that gives you 3 extra steps when consumed? It's a banana, right? Banana gives you 3 steps. I know orange gives you 5. Apple gives you 2 unless it's a good day for apples, and then it gives you 5. Solve the following. 5 minus 5 divided by 2. No, times 2. Yeah, the dark purple is like the divided. So 5 minus 5 times 2, that would be 0. 5 times 2 is 10. Plus 2 is 12. Times 2 is 24. 5 minus 2 is 3. 3 times 5 is 15. Plus 1 is 16. Minus 5 is... Okay. Alright, 5 minus 2 is 3. Times 5 is 15. Plus 1 is 16. 16 minus 5 is 11. Is that 10 or is that 1 plus 0? I assume it's 10. Because normally they don't put 2 blue numbers next to each other. So that would be 10 times 4 is 40. Divided by 5. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. That'd be 8. 8 minus 4 is 4. 1 minus 4 is negative 3. Negative 3 times 2 is 6. 6 plus 7. Or wait. Yeah, it's if you... 0 minus 3 times 2. No, if there's at least one negative, then it would be negative. So it would be negative 6 plus 7 would be 1, right? Three minus 4. You know what? Fuck it. They're gonna make me do this. 3 minus 4 times 8. Just using a calculator. Divided by 2 plus 5. 1. Which element on the periodic table is represented by C? I've got this. Did I not take a picture of the periodic table? I did. There it is. I don't know where. Open book test, you say? Carbon. Okay, I figured it was carbon. Which element appears directly below helium? I didn't take chemistry in school. Helium, that's He, so it would be neon, which is Ne. Which of the following is not a real element? I think it's Y, right? No, there's Y right there. I know MT is Ho. And then there's like L, that's LL. Tick tock, tickety tock. Oh, there's Ho. It's at the bottom. Okay, so LL is the one that's not real. Which element is represented by AG? I thought that was gold. No, gold is AU. Assume it's argon? No, it's silver. Yeah, I should know that from Latin class. Which element could not be used for the spelling of clues? See, this is what we actually learned of the periodic table, was how to use it to spell out things. So uranium would be U, carbon would be C, radon's just R, right? And R is not in there. Yeah, it's RN. Okay. How many elements are on the top row of the periodic table? It's just 2, right? Yeah. The city of Fen is south of which body of water? Where is the map? Do we got a dang old map? This map does not have the lakes mentioned on it. Do it. No. How many cities in Fen Aries are larger than Reddington? I don't know. Which of the following realms is not near Fen Aries? Corica. Corica is like on the other continent, right? That one I can't look up. Yeah, Corica is way the fuck over here. The realm of Arch Aries, that's the mountain. What's directly north of Araja? That would be Fen Aries, right? There is no realm north of Araja. Yeah, but it would be, yeah, it's Araja, Fen Aries, Arch Aries. Where are you right now as you take this exam? Mount Hollyton, or Mount Holly in Reddington, which is in Fen Aries. Featherfall Keep. Which 2 pieces of art would best be paired to depict the letter B? Huh? None of these. The way the art works is it has to be off by 1 letter. None of these are off by 1 letter. I guess it would be hay bale and a mug of ale, because ale and bale and hail, or bale and ale. was not displayed in the Room 5 classroom. You gotta be shitting me. Which of the following is not displayed in the entrance hall? I know face and ace is there. So it would be both of these, right? Can you find the difference? I don't know what that means. It was the general, right? In which era were the railways destroyed? As in the third era. No, it would be after the War of the Fourth Era. Or the War of the Fifth Era. It lasted for 22 years. What was the first capital of Fen Ares? It was Oris, right? Or was it Reddington? That was Oris. Which realm gifted Fen Ares a dirigible to headway the victory parade at the conclusion of the war? Probably Arch Ares, if I had to guess. The deciding battle of the War of the Fifth Era was fought along the southern shores near what famous landmark? It was the Royal Museum, I think. I don't know, we'll go back and look. Solve the following. Finally, math, my easy one. 6 squared is 36, right? What do I have to get on this test? Maybe they're grading on a curve. That's -3 squared minus 3 would be 6. 12 reversed is 21. 11. What's that? Divided by 3? 11 divided by 3 is 3.6 repeating, which rounds to 4. 4 squared. That's 16 plus 5 times 2 minus 1 reversed is 14. 5 divided by 2, no, that's times 2. 5 times 2 is 10. 10 divided by 3, rounded to 2 degrees. 3 rounded to 2 degrees, that's just 0, right? So 0 minus 1 divided by 6. Is that plus 100? Plus 100 and then rounded to 3 degrees would just be 100. What is the Arajan word for house? I've got my cheat sheet for this. Lore. That's not on here. Oh, it's hue. What does Nivati mean in Harajan? The Ni means new, and Yate means gate. So the new gate, I think. Let me double check. There's the prefixes. Yeah, Nev means new. Yate means gate. New gate. The phrase Treveniel can be translated in several different ways. Which of the following is not acceptable? So Treve is tree. And then Ven lay. Ven is old and lay is a lack of myself. So not my old tree. The tree is old and not owned by me. My tree is very old. I cannot see the tree trunk. I am not an old tree. Which is not acceptable. It's the one that says it's my. How would you say the following phrase? You have a very, very long name. I never learned the name for name. Large is am. So I assume it would be yeah, this one. Count me out. Just lay. Lack of myself. In et is or. Using the provided Arajan terms for the cardinal directions above, what would be the clearest way you could give someone directions to point A to get them to point B? C is usually right. C seems like a right thing. In ancient Orindia, the number 8 was considered by Arajan scholars to be mathematically near perfect, though many in the secular sphere held to this advanced form of 8 was worthy of numerical perfection. 8 times 8. Why would 8 squared? 8 squared is 64. If you did that to two things, it would be 100. I don't get that. Why are these all in a circle? I don't know what the circle means by itself. 8 times 8 would be 64. Square that would be 4,096. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I'm gonna assume D. Okay, and then we just need to go back. I don't even know what that means. Which of the following is not in Class 5? Okay, do I have enough time to get to Class 5? It doesn't say which class is which. Okay, deer, crowbar, flan, car. Oh, which one was not displayed? Prey is not displayed, right? Yeah, it's not on any of the things in the front or the back. Okay. And there's the entrance hall. The entrance hall has the face, the ace. I guess that's Arinda Aries. Let's see. Find out that. And the cities. Okay. That's after the war. Where's the decisive battle fought? Looks like a museum. Science is fun. We're running really low on time now, boyos. Yes, the Royal Museum, Morning Bay. How many bigger towns? 4? 3? Can I get back there in time? Will I have enough steps when I get back? 2. Morning Bay. I still don't know what the fuck this is supposed to mean. Sure. The Royal Museum. Complete. All right. We've taken the final exam, chat. Who is grading it? How are they grading it? I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Clock tower, it's way too late. The music room. I have so many redraws. Sure. We'll get the last thing and add it to our draft pool. Permanently added. I forget what the... Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, and I've already done that one. For some reason, I thought maybe there would be like a gem in there, because there's gems in most of the other ones. Not that I need a gem, but, you know. Maybe one of these days. Yep, the axe is still for sale. Dormitory. We haven't been in here yet. We just added this to the drafting pool. Brand new room. Drafting Strategies, Volume 2. Room subtypes. The craft of the draft. Drafting rooms affect the draft pool and the drafting process. They're designed for active relation. Gotcha. Academia isn't found in the mountains of Corcasa. Isn't only found. Classroom is a great example of scholastic strategies of this type of room. The classrooms you'll find will fall under one of 8 different grades, ranging from first grade to the culmination of your academic journey, grade 8. There are rumors of an additional annex classroom at Mount Holly's Elementary, used solely for exams and student testing. Finding it has been impossible, as it requires drafting more than 8 classrooms. You don't say! The boiler room is a power. There's no drafting from a door that is steam powered will increase, yeah. Long-term benefits rather than timed resources. These are tomorrow rooms. Ah, I see. Yeah, I've been trying to get a furnace with a freezer. Okay. Oh, and we should also, I guess, what's this room called? A dormitory? We should make note that it has a pawn in it. There's my notes. Start the recovery process. Oh yeah, my power went out earlier today. I was like, why are all my notes like needing to be recovered? Gotcha. Corycia. Huh. Wait, was I right? They have the thing. Nope, that's the clock. We can get rid of that too. Periodic table. Yeah, we don't need that. Chalkboard. We've long since done that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That also means I got the question right when they asked what was the least patriotic. I want to keep watching, but I gotta go to work. Was a fun stream. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You know, I'm always kind of surprised the amount of people who stick through these streams when a lot of it's just like me staring at a screen doing math. Okay, we're calling it a day. Jeez, I didn't... It's so weird how, like, it used to be we'd get through a day in, like, 20, 30 minutes, and this one took me, like, forever. Mount Holly Academic Campus. Like, I've been live for almost 3 hours, and we've been on one run. But of course I gotta continue, because I gotta see how my test scores were. I feel like I got pretty high. I just hope I don't have to get like 100%. Maybe like an 80. I feel like I got at least an 80. Exam results, chat. What do you think? Did I pass? B! 80%! What did that mean? Yeah. Color, 75. Math, science, 100%! And 100% in Erogen. But what does that mean, though? Ace the classroom. God damn it. It wasn't enough. I gotta get an A to get the trophy. Son of a bitch. Damn. Yeah, the problem is, like, I don't... They have, like, the art, right? Or they have the history. And, like, a lot of that stuff was not taught in the room. And the thing is, I don't know, like, do they want me to give, like, the real history or the fake history? Still haven't figured out what I'm supposed to do with this. Sledgehammer. Bump, bow. Unfortunate. Yeah, today I want to do one more to like decompress, but I'm gonna keep it simple. We're not gonna get bogged down and stuff. We're just gonna, I'm gonna either try to get the boiler room and get the furnace thing, or I'm going to get to the clock tower before 1 o'clock. Yeah, we'll do the parlor. I was like, I do need 3 gems. The black box is true. The blue box is true. The gems are in the true box. So if both of those are false, then this is true, and the gems are in here. Easy. Easy but funny. Go to the library. Oh, a treasure map. Oh boy. I'll remember that one. Poo pants, not today. The fucking gallery. Yeah, we're not getting bogged down in the fucking gallery, that's for sure. Sure, I'll get that. That way next time I'll start with the sledgehammer and the lockpick, hopefully. No, we'll just do this here. Power off, gym off, dark room off, garage on. You know, say what you will, one of these days I may crap my pants on stream, and then when Jim Dandy shows up, I'll probably laugh until I fall out of my chair. No, I've had enough classrooms today. But it's one of those things I hope doesn't happen, you know? Cart yard, shovel, shovel, shovel. Shovel! Thank you. I level getting the shovel, and I can dig it all up all day. Oh, a key. Dig-a-dig-a-roo. Okay, this can be a dead end. Or it could be the boiler room. No. We want the boiler room to be able to, like, access a 3. Can it access a 3 if we rotate it? Yeah. Boiler room time. Power on. Ooh. Security, yeah, we did already get a utility closet. Which means... set the security to high, but make it so they're unlocked when the power's out. Because we already turned the power out. And fuck it, let's get a laboratory going. Connecting to terminal. Each time you unlock or bypass a security door, step your days to 40. Yeah. Gain a gem. Research logs. Okay, this is what I thought it would be. I wanted to make sure, though. Furnace. Yeah, I guess we dark room. Normally we can't see what's going on in here, but... and go back to this. Turn the dark room on. And then it won't be so dark, man. Look at it. More like the red room, am I right? What is this, Twin Peaks? Yeah, I still have no idea what this means. Uncle's taking a picture. He's clearly in the bathroom. Why is he in the bathroom? There's a toilet behind him. Makes me think like there's got to be something in the bathroom. There we are, furnace. Freaky. Now I just need to hope that somehow, beyond hope, we can get a fucking freeze room. Now we'll do this. It has all security rooms. Yeah, I do need another gem. Experiment successful. Yeah, we just spare room through here. Experiment successful. 1 free die. It's so good I could just die, chat. Drawing room, yeah, that seems like our best bet. Redraw and hope we get a freezing room. Or we could take every red room out of commission. We make a bathroom here. Closet's probably better. Yeah, we just get the bathroom out of the pool. There's nothing in here. There's never anything in here. But yeah, he's like right here. He's like... He's taking a picture and he's like standing here. He's looking at this hole in the wall. But I have the sledgehammer. Maybe I need the powered sledgehammer, and I can break open this wall? Possibly? It's a place to poo that isn't your pants. Exactly. Broken Mercy gets it. You could learn a thing or two, Jim Dandy. Yeah, redraw. Yeah, I guess we just do this. Key. Stupid classroom. You made me look bad. Ooga booga booga. Treasure map. Time to start digging. The Dutchman's treasure. 8 gems. That's a lot of gems. Pebbles. An unremarkable rock. An ordinary key. Yeah, we can use this. Now that we've got so many gems. A gem is excitement. Ooh, gem. mage chamber? Do we just get this out of the way? Yeah. I ain't even going in. Ooh, the boudoir. What excellent timing. I had no idea there were so many red rooms. Yeah, this gym gives us 2 options. Oh, we already turned it off, too. Even better. Yeah, just get it out. And hope we can get a dining room. Come on, dining room. The freezer! This is what we've been looking for, chat. Wait. But we have the furnace. Why didn't this heat up? This should all be melted. Does it have to be, like, next to that room? Is it slowly heating up and I can't see it? It is slowly heating up, I think. Yeah. Okay. Had me worried for a second there. We just need to wait around for everything to melt. So, how's everyone doing? You have a nice day. You have a good Halloween when that was happening. Maybe you dressed up like a scarecrow or a pumpkin patch. You know, maybe you were Jack Skellington. I, Jack, the Pumpkin King. Do 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 do. Something like that, maybe. You know, it never occurred to me if Jim the Dandy's still here. Jim, did you poo your pants? Is that why you've been asking all this time? You've been hoping people would ask you, and no one's gotten the hint? Are you a professional pants pooer? Surely there's got to be someone who tests out, like, pants or something. Okay, we're at 0 degrees. We were at, like, -9. We're thawing out, baby. 1 degree. That's Celsius, too. I guess I could explore a little bit. But I've only got 8 steps. If, like, I go 2 spots and it isn't a dining room, then I'm just, like, dead. I wonder if they actually have, like, a transition for everything melting. Or if it'll just, like, pop. Oh. Yeah, it does just seem to, like, just pop. The world is a vampire, boo doo 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 doo. Set to drain. That's all I really know of that song until it gets to the chorus. And then it's all like, despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. Oh, can I grab? No, okay. It's going through stages. Another part of it melted. Also, the freezer, is this called the freezer? Yeah. The freezer is another room with a pawn in it. If I wanted to switch things up. Oh, I already have that written down. Never mind. Yeah, if this were realistic, I could just sneak in here. Oh, hey, I can pick up that key. But not the stuff in here, it's still frozen. Yep, I remember that. I've unfrozen some of this before, because you can get the laser gun. But I feel like there's got to be something new that happens when everything unfreezes. Either that, or I've wasted a whole bunch of time. You see, time is a thing you put on the wall or wear it on your wrist. The past is far behind you. The future doesn't exist. What's the time? It's 9:15. Time to have a bath. What do you mean? We're already clean. Scrub, scrub, scrub till the water's brown. Any fans of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared out there? Yeah, this key is still frozen. There's fish everywhere. Let's go on a journey through time. Time is going all the time. It's time to get to time. But we don't really want to. We're gonna miss our show. And don't be stupid, friends! It's time to go. Ah, I see. Okay, so it looks like the stuff in this box won't actually melt. It looks like 19 degrees is as hot as it gets. So, yes, I did waste my time. But, you know, at least I learned. And it still seems to have frozen all my things. So, there's that. Oh. Yeah, all my gems and money is still frozen. $8:20. There's fish on my plate. 10:20. There's fish in the den. I got all these dice. I might as well dice it up, you know. Play some Dungeon Dice Monsters. The Great Hall. Yep, I used all my dice and I didn't get what I wanted. Yeah, it's weird. We got a note before saying that if things heated up too much, that I wouldn't, the freezer wouldn't work and I wouldn't be able to get my stuff. Oh, there's the dining room. And yet, here I am, stuff still frozen. Plus 30 steps. Yeah, it seems like it's stuck at 17 degrees. It doesn't get any colder than that. Very strange that they would have like a 2-room combination that all it does is get you like a couple keys and gems. I guess it lets you know how to get into the one area. Okay. We're just going into the planetarium. Seven different constellations. 50 new constellations spotted. Yeah, we got to make sure we visit the conservatory on day 50. Something special is going to happen. Okay, well, let's call it a day here. Yep, we experimented. That experiment didn't find anything, but at least we did it. A crimson manor of fire and ice. I'm fire and ice, baby. Fire and ice. That means today we'll start with 1,000,000 billion resources, but what we actually do with that, I don't know. Yeah, $60. Who knows what we could buy with that? Game of Thrones reference? I suppose so. Although there weren't any songs or anything. Yeah, I'm just seeing if we got the tombs real quick. If we got the tombs, I'll go check out the thing I wanted to check out. If not, we call it for today. Yep, we're calling it for today. Oh, sure, we'll get a shrine. And then I'll just exit out. Yeah, so uneventful day. We learned much. Unfortunately, we didn't learn enough. I can't believe you have to ace everything. Especially that one question. I don't know what the hell they're talking about with the art thing. So we're going to have to draft 8 classrooms again. I think we also still need to try to find the rare bookstore. Because clearly there's more books that have more lore in them. Because I need to learn more about sightseeing. Maybe the guide to Reddington would have more stuff. I'll check that out. Either way, I'm going to get going for now. Thank you for joining me. We tried learning smarter, but we must learn harder. Either that or we could just cheat, chat. How would you feel about cheating? You know, I never did it when I was actually in school, but I've heard that it's like a pretty good way to go. We could just look up the answers to the test, unless they're like random or something. Well, hello everybody. How you doing tonight? Having a good time? Perhaps a fun time? The first time of 2026. Happy New Year, Maury. And Noel. And the cat boy. You know, I'm surprised you still haven't changed your name, Catboy. Doing some post-New Year's masochism. Ooh, ah. The first stream of the new year. It's the very first stream. We're 11 minutes into the new year, and I couldn't help myself. I have some editing to do, but fuck it, it's New Year's. I can have a little fun, can't I? Don't I deserve a little fun from time to time? More blue, more prints. Why not? Why not me? Also, there's a... I've been at this house for a few years now. I think there was always fireworks during New Year's, but there's a lot more than usual. And also, you know, I'm not an expert, but I think a whole lot of gunfire. You know, I'd like to think that I've heard enough fireworks in my life that I can tell the difference between fireworks and someone shooting a gun. But at least like a couple minutes ago, it sounded like people were shooting a whole lot of guns, which is a very dangerous thing. And I was like, well, you know what? At least if I'm on stream and a bullet like happens to pierce through the window or the roof, if I happen to lose that awful lottery, you know, at least I'll die. It'll be an important lesson for everyone, you know? Perhaps the video will go viral, and people will be like, see, this is why you don't shoot guns into the air. You goober? You goofball? You Schmeckledorf? Pulled an OG Utopia. On your masochist run. It's not the most useful thing on its own, but there's so many cards that are like, if you have a Utopia, do this, that like getting it unlocks a good like 50 cards from the pool. But yeah, while I'm, you know, this is we're gonna be playing a little bit of this game. Hello, Remster. But I figured we'd also chat a little bit. You know, how did the rest of your year go? Did you, like, for me, it's New Year's, it was like New Year 15 minutes ago, so I'm right on the New Year's. Sparklers, I'm not sure if you can hear those. But yeah, I'm curious as far as time zones, if other people are up, if it's a couple hours after New Year's. If you went and did some stuff beforehand. Oh, I got a lot of steps today. Okay, what we really want to do is I still need to get down. I want to do something in the caves or the tomb, and then we can lower the water and go on the boat. I'm stuck in 2025. Well, not for long. It's slowly moving across the world. You'll be there soon enough. But yeah, one thing, I was watching a video got recommended to me of some guy who, like, showing how to beat the one-day challenge. Because there's a trophy for... Well, where's it at? Reach room 46 in one day. Yeah, so there's a trophy for that. And he was talking about how he saved up his dice so that he could re-roll the room outside. And for some reason that never occurred to me. I didn't think you would be able to re-roll that door. But that makes a lot more sense. Now it's like, I don't have to, you know, keep doing runs until I get the tomb. I could get a bunch of dice and then go back and do it. Happy New Year from Central Time Zone. Exactly. The canonical time zone for me. We also need to solve like a billion more billiard. How many are we? we need to solve 40 and we've done 16, so we're almost halfway there. For whatever reason, this room just did not spawn for me very often in most of my early runs. I didn't have a particularly good New Year's Eve. Mine wasn't eventful. It wasn't like bad or anything. But hopefully things will be better now. We chill out here, you know. 16 plus 4 is 20, plus 5 is 25. Minus 20 is 5, minus 3 is 2. 20 plus 3, that's 23. Minus 13 is just 10, right? Minus 9 is 1. Times 2 is 2. Nah, 2026 is gonna suck. I mean, I didn't say it. I've been trying not to say it, but, I mean, it does feel that way to me. My grandpa got sent to the hospital due to blood pressure issues. Oof. Sorry to hear. Hopefully he gets better. I'm spending New Year's talking about mental health with my sister. Well, at least you got to hang out with your sister. That sounds nice. Unless you, like, hate your sister, in which case, my condolences. 1 plus 2 is 3. 3 times 3 is 9. 9 times 4... Well, 9 times 4 is something. Divided by 9 would be 4, right? Now we would have to figure it out. Oh, hey, key card. Yep, someone's got big fireworks outside. I'm not sure if you can hear them. They're like the kind that go like, boom. Boiler room? This early? I don't have anything I want from the boiler room, I don't think. Help, chat, I'm trapped in this message. Just do another message and you can move out of it. Yeah, we're going to take the hallway. I'm going to be on the lookout for boudoirs. We don't need the utility closet because we've already got the key card. Unless we really want to go out the closet, or out the garage, but I don't think we want to. I got woken up to a panicked grandma, but they will be letting him leave tomorrow. Oh, okay, well that's good. Boom. Pow. Sounds like someone hitting wood. Giggity? Giggity, perhaps? People have been known to say that from time to time. Yeah, we'll just take the Nook. Go into the library. Because we've got this book, which we have read before. We checked it out previously. Low, loud fireworks. I can hear them. But we've got, I gotta take better notes. Where's my blueprints notes? Okay, so we gotta remember Orindia. That's the big thing. The first king was Oris. To the eldest, he granted the fields and mountains. The middle province. Okay. So the north, I gotta remember, is Arch Ares, which is full of storms. To the middle is Orinda Ares, which... Did it dole forward or forward? So I'm happy to spend time with her. Well, I'm glad to hear. Is she still there now? If so, hello. Greetings from a streamer. Did it spell forward? Forward. Move forward. Okay. So Orinda Aries is called something else now, and I can't remember. But it's something Aries. And the Middle Province, the Heart Spring. Fields and mountains. That doesn't really tell me about the weather. And then the southern one is Araja. A mystical realm of the ancestors steeped in tradition, magic, and poetry. Poetry and mysticism. That will be important. Ah, I didn't want to leave. Yeah, here's the three countries that make up this side. We need to figure out the sigils for all three. I know the colors, I think. Do I still have these on the thing? I have the Arajan vocab. No, I don't have that. Where's my blueprints folder? Let me get this up for everyone. If it'll work. My computer going slow. I should have bought a new computer while I still had the chance. Now everything is too expensive. Okay, so the north, that's Arch Aries. You can see their little flag over there with the mountain on it. We'll go ahead and say they're yellow. That's their color. Storms is their weather. And then we need to know like what they're most proud of. Those are the 5 things that are on the sigil. And then the south is Araja, which is purple and has who knows what kind of weather and is known for poetry and mysticism. How big is the folder now? Let me check. Properties. 144 megabytes. Contains over 200 files and 14 subfolders. It's that kind of game. Happy New Year, Moon Man. I wish you nothing but tidings and prosperity. Same to you. The shores. I guess we could say that their thing is... No, but that's not... I don't think shores are really... We'll put shores question mark. That could be their... That's not really weather, though. Ah, why did it leave again? King Deseteles. Fen Aries. The grand city of Fen, yeah. Orinda Aries, which is now Fen Aries. Now I'll go to middle original. Originally it was called Orinda Aries. And its color was black. Middle parentheses now, is Fen Ares, and they are the Red Prince. The self-proclaimed Prince Learson was the Prue monarch. The Fensurrection. Okay, so City of Fen did a Fensurrection, turned Orinda Ares into Fen Ares, Arch Ares and Nuance helped, but Raja did not. War of the Fifth Era lasted 22 years. Prince Learson was a casualty. Yeah, Fen Ares now. Still Orindia. It's weird because I remember reading this for the first time, and like, despite having all of this laid out for me, it was still kind of hard to grasp everything. But now it just seems so easy. You know, once upon a time there was a king. The king ruled over all of this land. The second era was he had 3 kids, and instead of giving it to one of them, he split it into 3. They were still considered one kingdom, but they were each kind of separate, and they all had their own things. Then there was a pretty good king, but people in Fen were rebelling against him. They declared a rebellion the day he died, and his son was not as good of a king, and so his son marched in with the army and slaughtered a bunch of civilians. And that caused the people in up here and this other island that's not pictured over here to join forces, and they took over this country. And then, because this people down here didn't help, and because this still wanted to be its own kingdom, he went really hard into like, this is Fen Ares. It is not part of Orindia. Orindia doesn't exist. And he got rid of all the, he tore up all the trains that connected all 3 kingdoms. And he's been basically going in, this is the uncensored version of the book. But the censored version we found originally cuts out the part that's like, despite this, we're all still Orindian. And he was just like, nah, don't remember that. The thing is, they call me the Blue Prince, but I should be the Black Prince. If I think I'm the my character is the descendant of the queen of Orindia Ares, like the original kingdom in the middle. But their flag was black, not blue, so I don't know why I would be a Blue Prince. I'm still figuring that out, unless they like got blue later on. Wow, this is awful. Yeah, you're supposed to get rare rooms off of the library. I guess the laundry room is kind of rare, but it's not what I want to see. And the gallery is like a puzzle we've already solved, so there's just like stuff in here. 8. Commissary? Yeah, I've got 5 gems and 45 bucks. Might as well. What do we got in here? Sledgehammer, sure. Running shoes, yeah. Magnifying glass, you got it. Sleep mask, I don't think we'll need. Real quick, while I've got the magnifying glass, I didn't think there was anything hidden in these illustrations, but it doesn't hurt to check. Because I've thought stuff before. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Morning Bay. Okay. Guess I could put that. Oh, I thought I saw a number, but it was just a comma. Okay. Garage. Don't think I want the garage. Workshop? Yeah, we'll workshop. Also, do I have any... Oh, I do. Every time I gain a shop room. Okay. Grab one of these battery packs. Why can't I put the battery pack on the running shoes and make super fast shoes? Then I could run so fast, chat. Security? Yeah, I've got the key card. Turn that to high. Might as well. Oops. And then because we're not going for money, might as well, let's access the laboratory remotely, shall we? The lab. Uh-oh, back to the lab again. Oh no, back to the lab again. Not again, back to the lab again. Gotta get gone to the lab again. One key for every two. Whenever you draft a shop, we'll add a small chest. Because we're already trying to draft shops. And we have the sledgehammer. I don't know why, I just by default, I go to sludge. I've got special keys. Oh, I've got the master key. I forgot I kept that from the previous run. So I need literally 0 keys. Do I have a shovel? I do. Yeah. So I don't need any keys. Except for special keys like that, although I don't need that one specifically. Only one dirt pile? Rude. Yeah, I guess we just den. Yep, we just keep going north. The pool. If we get what we want, we can get into the pool. Sure. Have real pool hours. You ain't locking me out. The boudoir. That's what we were hoping for. So many dice. We could probably go back. Let's follow this to its logical conclusion, though. Courtyard. Up here? Sure. Oh, look at that. What is it, my birthday? Pebbles. Just what I always wanted. You start off the new year with some pebbles, chat. And a secret garden key. Ooh, ah. More gems. Yeah. Secret garden. Oh, is that a tasty apple? Eat 12 pebbles for good luck in the new year. Delicious turnip. Turned down for what? Perfect placement. Now I just gotta hope I can get in there from here, which shouldn't be too hard. We just need a room that goes to the right and a room that goes forward. Oh, the conservatory. Don't mind if I do. An old shoe. Let's see. Standard. I think we want this commonplace now. Bunk room. Yeah, it doesn't really do a whole lot. And the closet, I'm actually going to make unusual. Actually, one second. There is a thing. One of the things we have to do for getting an achievement is to get every, we have to draft 20 dead ends in one playthrough. Let me count how many there are. Closet, walk-in, attic, storeroom. Wine cellar, that's 5. Vault is 6. Study is 7. I don't know if this counts because it's not actually a dead end. It just looks like one. Utility closet is 8. 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. The secret passage counts as 1 for some reason, so 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. I think that's 29. Let's do 28. And I think all of these count as a dead end. So 29, okay. Okay, so I think until we get that, actually, put the closet as standard. That makes it a little more rare without making it super rare. The outer room does count as 1 for your 20, yeah. Like, if we didn't have that as an achievement to get, I would put this as rare because we've reduced the gem cost for the attic. So the attic is just like an upgrade of this. I would be glad to not see this anymore. For now, I'm just going to make it less common, so hopefully we don't see it as much. And yeah, that's fine. At least for now. Special keys. The master key. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Okay, making me use one of these. I don't have the means to get in there yet. I would need to get to the foundation. I think I can do that, though. I had a 20 streak once. Sorry. I just play games too much. What can I say? I want to get to the foundation. The laundry room is nice when I have all these keys I can't do anything with. There is only one true statement. The gems are in a box with a false statement. There are 2 true statements. Okay, so if this is true... This literally can't be true unless this is the only one that's true. If this is the only one that's true, then both of these are false, which means the gems are... No. Yeah, the gems would be in a box with a true statement, so they'd be in the blue box. And this would be false. If this is false, and there are 2 true statements, then these are both true, and the gems would be in a box with a false statement. So they're in blue no matter what. Have you seen the bookshop even once since buying the first edition history book? I have not. You can only draft it from the library is the big problem. Yeah, we'll get the gift shop. That gives us another roll of the dice. Blue tents. We need 8 trophies in order to get this. Delicious turnip. Turnip for what? Okay. And way down we go. Yeah, I don't know how rare the fucking rare bookstore is, but if we ever find it, it's like, well, then we know what we're doing for this run. Pardon me. Running, 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 running all day long. When I keep on running, then I sing that running song. If you knew that running, you would run it all the low. 'Cause my name is Hardleg Joe, and I'm running. Hold to skip, yeah, I get it. Okay, and then what I do, in order to save on steps, just go ahead out this way. Go up here. And then instead of going back up the elevator, go out through this way. Outside the front of the house. That saves me a whole lot of steps having to run back through the house. Although, we'll take an extra one because there should be a chest in here. Sledgehammer. Lockpick. Damn. I was like, maybe it'll be another dice. I didn't draft a single thing off the entrance hall. Or I only drafted a single thing off the entrance hall. Sure, we'll take this just in case. You never know when you might need it. Oh, it's just here. I saved all my rerolls and it's just here. Well, who needs rerolls then? Also, we should have a whole bunch of money waiting down here for us. Where does the money spawn? For each dead end in our house, we should have... There's really only one. We should have dollars. Oh, 2 a.m. Joe. It's only midnight Joe for me. Oh, there it is. $5. I'm guessing you need the tomb first? No, it was over here. I can't skip this cutscene. Happy New Year. It's never too late for a Happy New Year. First of all... Oh, I never came back. I needed the fucking, what's it called? The laser or the torch. Maybe if I get an armory, I can come back. Almost 9 a.m. for me. Go back to Lady Death when you see her. Yeah. This was the reason I didn't want to lift the lake. The last... What the hell? Why is this still flooded? I thought if I drained all the water from the reservoir, that this wouldn't be flooded anymore. Where's this water coming from? Well, turns out I could have been doing that the whole time. You drain the fountain. Oh, is that where the fountain comes in? Did I just forget entirely? Yeah, I have the dumb map. Go back to Lady Death. her? Close it back up. Open it back up. I'm sure you remember a hint about her from somewhere. Like her scythe points to something. AI. Yeah, I don't remember. Would this be a note that I took down? I don't remember anything about death. The destroyer of worlds. The scythe points somewhere on the map. Let me get the map out real quick. Yeah, that's just the exit. I don't know how I forgot that. Let's see. Let me sort by date. We've got Mom's passport, the Dead End contest, Shrine blessings, the first key is found on the furthest rank, the 8 is locked in the vault of a bank, the 3rd is up among the clocks, the 4th below beneath the docks, the 5th is held by the king on his throne, 6th in a station left by one of your own, the 7th is major if you draft it quite late, the last door of 8. Foreman's log. I've got Uncle's postcards. I don't think those are important. Pardon me. Heating and cooling curve. Castle. Electronic mail, the high pressure conduit. Antechamber, 100 bells. Yeah, I'm looking through my notes. Where do you remember where the note that I would see this would be at? I'm drawing a complete blank. Look at my note. Wait, the map says the 8th angel points to our dreams. I don't remember what map I was doing that. Yeah, I wrote that in my text notes. Just the map says this. I forget what map that is. I guess death is the 8th angel. Yeah, because the 7th is the queen. Gotcha. The map you find in the gymnasium wall. Oh, okay. The 8th angel points to our dreams. Oh. In the reservoir. Looks like she's pointing to that rock specifically. Or something in the reservoir. When I had the reservoir full, there was no way to, Didn't you get a sanctum key there? I mean, yeah, I got one down in the basement. Or down in the bottom of the reservoir. That was the hint that wasn't randomly opening chests. Ah, I see. Gotcha. So it's like an old clue. Clue for a puzzle I've already solved. I'm getting lost in the tombs all alone. Woo. Okay. It's like we're starting at the beginning. I have 79. Completely underwater. Nothing on them even gets damp. Why did I go back in here? I guess to get this, I could get a dead end real quick or something. Sauna? Sure. 20 extra footsteps tomorrow. Ow, ow, ow. Hot, hot, hot. Hot gems. Hot gems in your area. Some of them may even be knights. Who knows? Yeah, I think this is the first time I've been in the final room before I've explored the rest of the house, so I can actually use the crown thing. Also, if we get the pump room, now we can move it down to, I believe it was 6. Yeah, we go through the boudoir. Go up through here. 46. Yeah, I know. I don't need it. And clear the fountain. I've cleared the fountain before. So what does this do again? The first time you draw a red room, you may remove it from today's draft pool. Gain 1 and redraw the floor plans. Okay. I know what almost all of those mean except the station. Okay. So that's our final thing for the rest of the day, is try to see if we can get the draft a fountain. Not a fountain. The pump room. And then we get pumping. Pump it. Boom. Ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Oh, this... I thought this had a way out. It did not. I have to go through the boudoir. Drain the pool to... Oh, a banana in the pool. Yeah, this continues. The patio, yeah. Oh, the attic. But I already have, like, almost every item. I guess the lever could be up there, and maybe the vault key could be up there. If we get a vault key, then getting a vault would be good. Could use the secret garden. Ah, there's a lever. Oh yeah, and the torch. We can make the torch now. Open the right of the antechamber. Ah, okay. We go south from the patio, right? Yeah. Okay. Am I missing something? Oh, I'm already on. I was like, where's the metal detector? I already clicked it. Burning glass. I guess we make the super shovel too while we're here. Yeah. Okay, from here... It's actually less steps to just go out this way. And... yeah, I guess we just take the sleeping mask. While we're here. We might get some steps back at some point. Banana. Making my way downtown, doing things, doing stuff. I'm a kitty cat. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Kitty, kitty. Those steps are procking a lot. Or the running shoes. Okay. Ooh. Stairs? I wasn't expecting that. I thought I'd just get like an allowance token. I'm really making my way downtown. Sorry, what is this room? We're underground. There's a thing that has like the old... I saw a sigil. Yeah, we already solved that one. That's the old Orinda Ares. Oh, the foreman's log. 1 second, chat. I could have swore I made a folder for these. Let's do foreman's logs. And then let me sort this by name, so all the previous ones will be together. Put those all in there. Oh. Weird. When did that happen? Turns out I already had a foreman's log folder, but it only had one picture in it, and it wasn't the foreman's log. Okay. Why is the snipping tool slowing down? What the heck? Okay. Foreman's log 20. This is pretty early on. But not the earliest one we have. After waiting the better part of 3 weeks for the equipment to be carefully hoisted down the cliffside, one piece at a time, the wait is finally over. Today we begin our formal foray into the mountains and begin excavation of the first tunnel, the first of many. To prevent future delays, Tom Sinclair has generously volunteered to install a freight lift to facilitate both personal transport. However, after seeing his ornate designs, one can't help but feel that the Baron's delicate taste might be better suited for the ballroom crowd. Regardless of the peculiarities, I'm sure my crew won't object to riding down to the tunnels in fashionable style. Oh, that's just the thing out front. Oh, I think I know where this door is. Yeah. We're back out here. So there's a second way to get here without having to unlock all the stuff. Although I guess you couldn't get back out then. Yeah, there's the chess puzzle. Oh. There's still no way to get out. Because it's up. Okay. Oops, we've already been there. Alright, so unfortunately not a whole lot new. And yeah, this is the sigil of Orinda Ares, where this realm before it got taken over by the Red Prince. We've already known that one. Okay, back up we go. Yeah, that's the two symbols we figured out early were the Orinda Ares, because it just kind of gives you that one, and Fen Ares, which was the what this land is called now. And then we just got to figure out the other 7 countries, or 6, or however many there are. Okay. Yep, we go through the nook, into the library, out through the art gallery, up through here, into security. Now you can enter the tomb through that room, or will the candle staircase close at the end of the day? Good question. I haven't the slightest clue. Banana. Oh, I missed it. Yeah, it's, I didn't know entering the secret garden fills up the house with fruit. So these rooms I've already visited, a lot of them have food in them. Remove from today's pool. Can't I remove this from today's pool? Actually gonna go for the locksmith. Gives me another dice. See if I can get the vault key. Because I've already got almost every other key. Nope, it's just a silver key. Now that'll still be useful. I'm gonna use that. I think I'm gonna use it over here. Make sure that this is a big room. Aquarium, gymnasium. Yeah, we'll just aquarium. This counts as a store. Oh yeah, the experiment puts a box at the start, so there's so many boxes. Solarium. Rare and unusual rooms. Do I want rare and unusual rooms? I think the pump room is rare and unusual. Yeah, we'll take it. Happy New Year, Guru of Destiny. Coin. Five extra steps, because this counts as a bedroom. Several keys. Secret passage. Yeah, we'll do this. And then I think we hit... I think we hit another store. Because I'm trying to think what stores are left in the pool. It's like the kitchen, which is... It'll face to the right, so we'll be able to explore the bottom half of the house. Or it could be the special one. We could get the moon pendant again, maybe. What type of room is the pump room? It's like a mechanical room, which is not one of the colored ones. There's a lot of bedrooms that are dead ends. I mean, green room would just be nice in general. Or we could do a hallway. That would almost ensure a four-way intersection, which could get us to both sides. I think we're going to try gold sink. I now have 1, 2, 3, 4 dead ends. 5, 6, I put one like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No, there's still no way. The showroom. Yeah. I don't have any way to get money. What are today's things? If only you had $200. Yep, unfortunately there's no pendant here. Oh, treasure trove is pretty nice. You need 310. Yeah, the treasure trove, getting this more and more will help. The previous box in this room contained a true statement. And the red ones are always true when they're handwritten. So this is note number 3. Special cost bypassed, interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means exactly. Yeah, I'll re-roll. Trophy room. I kind of want something that's like a T-shape. Can I get a T-shaped room? Or the pump room. Pump room will do. Okay. So we need to put the reservoir to 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh wait, the reservoir goes into the middle one. Okay. Five. The problem is going to be getting it there. I think what I need to do is like... It's like drain the greenhouse. Then drain the aquarium. Then put the greenhouse back, right? Normal doors will always offer at least one room that doesn't cost gems, because you cannot back out of selecting one, and if you didn't have gems, you'd be soft locked. Ah. Okay. The greenhouse tube goes only to this room. Oh, I can only fit 5. Hmm. Oh, okay. Where's the kitchen? That's the 4th one. Goes to here. So if we hit kitchen, should be able to drain that. Am I getting that right? Or is it the wrong way? Yeah, then they're 1 off each. So if we go back to the reservoir, fill that, fill that. These kind of puzzles always kind of fuck with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we just have to get, like, the aquarium. Okay. Marine room back in there. Then we flip this. Oh, I need to go the other way. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're 3 off. The kitchen drains from that area, right? So if we... No. Could have swore. No, I'm on the wrong one. You've been playing this game all year. Hup-a-dup-a-dup-up-a. Okay, 1 second. Put this back in there. What we need to do is put this back in there, then switch the tank, then do that, and we should be good. Put that in the kitchen. And then we should have exactly 1, 2, 3 things. So if we go here, that'll allow us to empty 3 into there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we got it exact. Unfortunately, if we do that, we can't also drain the pool. Or the fountain. I will put water back in the greenhouse, though. Oh, wait, maybe I can. Pool, real quick, goes to this one. Oh, wait, no, the pool goes back behind. I always forget that. And then it connects to this one. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure. And then the greenhouse is this one. So if we go to greenhouse... Yeah, you have exactly enough. I forgot that the tanks could hold some. I was just looking at this like, oh, we can't move everything around. Okay. Pool empty, reservoir at 6. Just what we would like. Passageway at the worst possible spot. Trying to... Oh, I didn't even... I meant to tab. I am trying to think, is there anything else that we really... That was like our main goal for today, right? 45. I noticed the skull guy. And that's the cross. I don't think I want the cross. Yeah, let me see if I can get a dining room real quick. Oh yeah, get this shit out of here. Oh, and it re-rolls. Fuck. I was like, I would have liked the music room. That would have been nice. The kitchen's fine. Have a red room. I have none. You can craft room 8 on rank 8. Oh, would it give me more again? Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna do this. That's still nowhere close to 200. Also, I thought this room would be locked. I can't... Yeah, if I want to do 8, I would have to get it like a hallway that goes left or right. Vestibule. I got like 9 keys. Sure, why not? When you have 10 keys, you could search for a level something beast warrior. Please time yourself out, Frost Hollow, if you would. It's always the way back. Okay, that one's not locked. That one's not locked. We get a lock here, we can make it rank 8. There we go. The aid room. Okay, do I remember how to do this one? His is gluttony because he ate. That was lust, I believe. You won't find my bin in between sin. Yeah. You're down on the far end. Place me with a bin with an N within its sin. Yeah, and it's envy, right? Because we already know gluttony. My neighbor's sin is written thin to fit it all in. Yeah, and your neighbor is gluttony, ironically. Gluttony is thin. A letter and its twin appear on the bin. Yeah. It's... No, it's, this one's sloth. You go here. A letter and its twin appear on each. Yeah, because gluttony has 2 T's and an O. A min or 10 lounging in the den. Yeah. So you're slow. No. Avarice, because there's a gem. Were there always gems in the den? I forget. Winds up near the bend in the tail of the skin. Is near the bend in the tail of the skin. Yeah, this is the bend. This is near gluttony. I've done this before, and even I still can't remember it. Yeah, remember that. 2 T's and an O. Oh, the skin on the floor. Monkey is hubris. Lion is envy. Swan is lust. Elephant is wrath. Penguin is gluttony. The bear is sloth. My neighbor's sin, a letter and its twin appear on each bin. Oh, this has two... I mean, avarice has a twin, but N isn't shared between the two of them. Oh yeah, you do just get another allowance token. Interesting. Okay. It's not about shared letters. Music room. Can we get the vault key? Nope. It's a prism key. Yep, so last room. Prism key. It does not fit. We're not in the colored room. Mail room. Order placed. Oh, I don't have the magnifying glass anymore. And I've looked at that before. I've seen that before. Okay. The haunting music room theme. Okay. Oops, I got turned around. Theoretically, you could get lost in the vestibule and never find your way out. Bananas. The blueprint just stuffs his fist. Stuffs his face. Was there anything that would help us in here? Probably not. Time rooms are more likely when drafting tomorrow. What are the time rooms? It's like the observatory, the clock tower, and the mail room. Those are all dead ends. So we could try for the dead end run tomorrow. Yeah, coat check. Sauna. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get it. The green room that gives extra gems. Okay. It's challenge time. Oh, I hunger, but look how few Cheez-Its I have left. Real boat hours. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. I wonder what's in the log flume, chat. You think it'll be scary? Will stuff pop out? There's another hint for the security room. It's in here. I see you on a beach with white sand. I wonder if this was what Alzero was talking about. Oh. Delete it. A. The front plates of the car, the password. Can't drink, can't play. Photo. Mom with the scientists. Did she find a way to time travel? ScienceMom.jpg. I still haven't done that thing where I turn on I solve the puzzle in the laboratory and then go and check the radiation levels. Okay, I already figured that out. Oh, bazookas. Oh, shit. We seek what's in the shade of the truth. Let's do this museum caper map. I see, I see. Unfortunately, I turned my magnifying glass into a, whatchamacallit. Oh, hey! The Sanctum Key. Oh, is this a train station? It has been 6 months. 6 months of living in this air-choked cavern on boredom of boredom and dread. 6 months since we said our silent goodbyes to our families. 6 months of planning, rehearsal, and heartache, but no regrets. Everyone who knows me intimately thinks I have left the country. Everyone else assumes me dead. And maybe that's all that is left for us. The long walk and steps leading up to the gallows. A steep price to pay for ideals, I concede, but a price that somehow seems cheaper and less cruel than another 2 fortnights bunkered down here beneath the sand and soot. And yet as I write this, I have never felt so close to the sky in my dreams. Tomorrow we will reclaim our birthright. Tomorrow, the crown of Orinda will finally return to Oris. The first step taken is half the journey. May the black shores guide us. Mary. That's Mom. She was pretty extreme, pretty extreme for a book writer. She got guns. She got rocket launchers. I thought you were sneaking in to get this. What the fuck were you doing with a rocket launcher? Royale Station. Let me go ahead and take a picture of this. Orinda Aries Train Metro. This is an old one. Metro map. How actually unsurprising. It is! I knew Platform 8, of course. And I can't get down here. I knew she stole the crown jewels. I didn't think she was planning an armed rebellion. Huh. And this looks like something for the... Looks kind of like the vent that you see in the boiler room. So I wonder if turning on the boiler room will send power down here. But what even would it power? It just goes into the wall. It powers the fridge. You can open it up and get a cold one. Oh, okay. I was like, oh, you're not gonna play another long cutscene? Yeah. Yeah, it's this one. The fridge has been cranking out cold ones for years. A secret wall? Where? Was there one back in that room and I missed it? Sanctum key. Yep, we're slowly getting them. 3 more remain. Let me see. The boiler room would unlock. Ah, okay. Let me real quick. Is this the one for Araja? No, that's Arch Ares. Okay, so Arch Ares. Real quick. Violet. Okay, so we know that much. And they were known for being poetic. If you get the sigil hint, you might be able to do all of these, but I don't know. Yeah, they were spiritual. Let me look at the exact thing I wrote down in my notes. They're known for mysticism and poetry. So I'm assuming the poetry, mysticism could be spiritual. Okay. Oh, I should have looked at what the poetry symbol was. It's like a little flower. Well, not what I wanted to click. Is that the poetry symbol? No, that's the spiritual symbol. That's the poetry symbol. So we know that's poetry. We know they're purple, which is the lines. The only thing we don't know is the rays. We know what some of the rays are. That ain't it. That ain't it. That ain't it. Put this on stream for y'all. Sigil rays. We know some of them. The wavy lines used to indicate heat, rain, stormy weather, snow, wind. Yeah, so we don't know anything about the weather, unfortunately. Time for a good old classic brute force. Wait. The rays aren't changing. Oh, there they are. There's wind, or rain, storms. If we assume they're sunny. But we don't know how many rays is the problem. That one looks like the sun. Nope, it ain't that. Could they be windy? Straight sun rays. You do not know how many rays. No, that part of the book was missing. And I don't know exactly what kind of rays it would be either. What happened? I thought I clicked on the button. It's like, nah, dog, I ain't going out that way. Why does changing the rays change the color? Nope, that ain't it. Are they stormy? No. Why the wheel sounds like squelching flesh. I don't think it sounds like that. Oh, whoops. Yep, I'm hearing gravel. Alright, I think that's about it then. The only other thing I could think of is there should be like 12 chests the book you read today in the library gave you the answer to how many rays? Did it? Well, the problem is, right, we have... The book on the subject doesn't tell me what the rays actually mean. I assume they have to do with the weather. Because we have that one page. But I assume there's like a full book somewhere. Oh yeah, actually, we can go down to the book real quick. Real book hours. You going back to the pump room to drain the fountain? No. I've drained the fountain before. It's a staircase down into the bottom. But I don't really need to go there. Yeah, we need to find the full version of this book. The core, the rays. From one sigil to another, the difference in number style differing in these immediately reveals several things. Counting the sigil will transport where they or ship have employed expanse of. I don't know if I'm supposed to assume from that, like, what the rays are or how many rays there's supposed to be. Ship routes, carriages, trails, another 4 rays, galloping, locomotion for realms that rely on track-based travel. Okay, so it's related to transportation somehow. But I don't know how many rays are good for, like, what the number means or what their alignment means exactly. Does not drain the one... Yeah. But it's the thing, it's like, I could have swore I needed to drain the reservoir to get there, and then it turns out I'd already been there before and I just forgot. Happy New Year! Yeah, so... We got so many chests! Yeah, there's no point in getting this. I can tell from the look if it's a vault key. Yep, no vault key. It looks pretty silly. I could spawn more. Okay. I think we call it a day then. Well, give me 1 second. I got a wee bit of heartburn. While this is loading, let me get a Tums. Tum, 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 tum. A garden shopping center. Okay, so let me think. How would I get 20 dead ends? I would need to, like... It's basically every outside part of the house, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So I've got 2 spaces. Plus I can count the outer room. It'll be really luck dependent, but I could maybe do it. Boom, bump. Boom, bump. Boom, bump. 43. And my package delivered. Amateur lockpick kit, 2 gems, 2 keys. Oh, that's pretty good. What would be the best outside room? Probably the shrine, right? Real quick, we found that thing last time. It told us what all the shrines do. Are there any that would help us here? Hmm. Eight courtyards. Courtyards aren't that. Probably the dancer. The dancer would let me spin the rooms. And then that would make it so it's better, although I need gems. Lots of gems, Bentley Bear. How much did I have to donate for that? We've been keeping track. 2. 2 gold easy. Alternatively, if we just get like a the whatchamacallit, the storeroom or whatever, we can get 2 items. Yeah, I think it's just tool shed. Ooh. That may be useful. Okay. Going for 20 dead ends, Chad. Count them up with me. 1. 1. 2, because the tool shed counts. Thank you. I think I want to play it safe. Get a gem while we can. Breaker box. Commonplace. Yeah, I think we continue. counterproductive to what you want to accomplish. Most red rooms have 3 to 4 doors. Yeah, so what I was thinking, right, is that we can use the red rooms from here, go up, and make a whole bunch of like 4-way intersections going down the center of the house. And then we can split off and we'll have a bunch of dead ends and stuff. Yeah, chapel almost feels like a loss here. Little commissary, we got a bunch of money. Just grab these two. Wait, did I not get a sledgehammer? No, I did. Okay. Yeah. Boiler room. Yeah, it's the only one that continues onwards. Oh yeah, I need 2. Flip this switch. Hit the button. Start the cool music. Turn it to the right. Close the button. Dark room would be nice here. Yeah, there we go. Get the dark room. Dark room pow, I shouldn't have entered that. That's fine. And now that we're so close, we can immediately go back through here and turn on the dark room. And that gets rid of the downside of the dark room, so we can make sure that we can continue off from there. Do we continue up from here first? Yeah, we try to. Yeah. I need a security room. Fuck. Oh, hey. I was like, I turned the keycard system off. I'm fine. Attic. Ooh, the laundry room, though. That's a rare room and a dead end. Yeah, we'll get that. Swap steps for gems. Have 3 steps. Money for stars. Swap. Dice for keys. Yeah. Is it a dead end? I thought the room only had 1 door in. Yeah, the laundry room only has 1 door. So 1, 2, 3, that's 4. And there's security. Whoops. Does this room do anything when powered? What room? Security? Yeah. Or is it just a room that stuff can go through? A letter will be delivered whenever you spend 2 or more gems. That seems like something that'll work. Okay. So we need to start getting back over here. We need to go at least 1 and then we can make a dead end, hopefully. Passageway. I don't want to lose half my steps this early. I turned off the gym, not the weight room. Yeah, passageway. And then this, I think, for the benefit of stuff, should try to be a dead end. Yeah, they don't have any dead-end options. And that's like terrible chapel placement. Little billiard room. I do need keys, and I need to solve this like 30 more times. 16 minus 6 is 10. 10 times 20 is 200. Divided by 10 is 20. 2. They're different colors. They're trying to trick me. 2 times 11 is 22. Minus 12 is 10, right? It is late. 3. Oh, I almost didn't see that there. I was like, wait, 3 minus 20. 3 times 10 minus 20 is 10. 1 silver key. Life has many doors, said boy. Yeah, I think I'll get this now. That's 5. Damn, 0 good flowers. Okay. These all suck. Commissary was selling gems. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is, like, the archives could ruin our entire plan. I think I have to go for the weight room. Yep, we gotta be risky. Shit sucks. Might as well. That's a dead end. But it cost me gems. Cost me gems for 3 keys. I do have a laundry room. I could turn keys to gems. I could also get the aquarium. Could also just take the lavatory out. Yeah, we'll just get that. Chapels, yeah. Yeah, but we're gonna have many chances on this wing. Terrace, that'll help. Banana. And now the nursery should have a gem in it. If I want to go back, but we don't really have... We need to try to get our way to a dining room. The gymnasium's turned off. Ugh, we kind of need the archives. Wait, no we don't, because if we can get to the foundation, then we can go down. Yeah, we'll get gym. Gym's turned off anyway. Yeah, little aquarium. A delicious turnip. And a gem. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're not even close, are we? Yeah, we gotta do pantry. Get a banana. Yeah, we'll use the silver key here. Dining room. Yeah. I forgot the lunchbox beeps. Yeah, we get this, and then this has to be like a dead end. Damn it. Well, I can at least go into the ballroom. Lunar Eclipse Ball, 1952. That might be important. Yeah, the early furnace wasn't as good as I thought. And I've already read through these. I can't take a sledgehammer to the piano. Dinner is served. Yeah. Bunk room. Yeah. Two bananas. That's twice as many. Yep, we got our furnace, so we can have our additional 10 steps. I think that's only like the second time I've ever gotten that. We're back up to starting. Damn. Yeah, we know the furnace strats are not good for the future. Walk-in closet is all we can afford. Lucky rabbit's foot. Down through the foundation. Dig, diggy hole. Without the ladyship's chamber and the garage, which can only be on the left side, are there enough dead-end rooms? Unsure. Special key? Prism, okay. That's unfortunate. The gems are in the white box. A box with a false statement contains the gems. The statement on the white box is true. So if this is true and this is true, then this is false. The gems are in a box with a false statement. Gotcha. Yeah, I do need like a three-way room. Can't use the prism key from this room, I don't think. Yeah, because this isn't a colored room. Well, the boudoir helps. Now we can re-roll. Yeah. Ooh, the Cloister of Vera. That helps. Especially since it's free. Yeah, it's weird. In order to do this, you need to draft almost exclusively, it feels like. Oh, this can't go down. I'm done. You need like 4 corner rooms followed by dead ends. There we go. More dice up here, maybe? Shouldn't have grabbed that. I'm just used to grabbing things. Coupons book. Is that everything? It never feels like 6 items. There we go. Entering room 46 counts as a dead-end room. Huh. The rotunda? But I opened the left side door, right? So it's like literally impossible. This is a... Yep, that's a dead end. Does not fit. Damn. Yeah, so there's no way we're getting into the antechamber. Unless... Rotate. Ooh, ah. Now, if we do it like this, we can still get... Let me think. One more, that would be 1, 2... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, there's no way we're getting to 20 anyway. So, might as well just increase our gold count. Two realms have the same color banner. Huh. Oh god. Happy New Year's, Dimension S or Dimension 7, that's what it is. Hope you're having a good time. Yeah, I don't need steps. Planetarium. Ba-da-dum-bum-bum. Look at stars. Ba-da-dum-bum-bum. Yeah, now I just gotta hope I can get to the mailroom. I think it's easier to leave through the foundation. than it is to run all the way back. Yeah, my only hope now, if we can at least get a mail room, then we can get those 2 packages that got delivered. Maybe set up another package for tomorrow. It's unfortunate. I got the clock thing that made all the time rooms, but it feels like the furnace probably overrode that. I thought I'd be getting red rooms and time rooms, but this whole time we only ever got 1 time room. Yeah, it takes 3 steps to get out instead of like 1,000,000. Also here. Toss a coin. Yeah, we can't do it regardless. Might as well library and see if we can get anything. Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. Might be worth going through that again. They just don't want to give me vault keys anymore, chat. Oh, well, at least we can do this. It hasn't been a complete loss, assuming there's an... Okay. I guess we've used all the axes we can use. That might be one other thing worth looking into. If the armory doesn't contain axes anymore, if we've already axed everything, we might want to take a different chest thing. Do we have enough rooms to do the chest thing, though, today? You think? We need a pawn. Pawn's in, like, the den, so yeah, we easily have a pawn. Ladyships. The queen is only in the ladyship's chamber or the study, and the king is only in the office. We never got an office or a study. I don't think. Yeah. Again, I don't think we can't get it to from this point. So we'll just advance the stars. What a great day. Too bad we got this last. Yep, they couldn't even end me off with a dead end. Yep, we never got the mail room either. Oh, there's an extra boat out there. Oh, yep, we just call it a day. Unfortunately, a wasted day. I guess we learned something, so there's that. Garden Shopping Center of the Dead. 14 dead-end rooms. Oh, people have sent me messages. Are they just wishing me Happy New Year? Yes, they are. Boom, boom. Okay, if we can get the Dancer Shrine, that might help us with this. Damn. I guess shelter would help. Now we can actually use the, I don't know why I always grab this. Maybe that would, yeah, now if we get archives, we don't have to worry about it killing the run entirely. Yeah, we want to get rid of these ones while we can. Spare room, and then hopefully get a dead end. Storeroom. It's a good dead end to get right off the bat. Okay, that's 2. You just guessed bedroom right off the bat. No, we kind of have to take these corridors. Because otherwise, the only way to get dead ends on every single space that we need would be to, like, go to the edge and then make a T shape, and then we're not having a dead end on the space. And there's not one here. Billiard room. Yeah. That could get us a rare key. And we need to do these like 40 more times. 5. 3 times 7 is 21. Minus 3. 20, 19, 18. 7 times 5. I was never good with the 7 tables, even with 5. 35 minus 20 is 15, divided by 3 is 5. 1 times 20 is 20, minus 1 is 19, divided by 13. Wait, am I getting this wrong? Yeah, it's 1 times 20. That's 20. 19. The purple is divide, right? 19 divided by 13 isn't like a whole number. Oh, is the pink... One second. No, it doesn't have the colors here. Now, the pink wouldn't be divide, because then it would be 1 divided by 20. Yeah, the pink is times, and the purple is divide. What am I missing here? Here's to another year of Masochist, the best series on YouTube. You're very kind. I'm glad, it's one of those things, the audience for the Masochist is not big, but they are very devoted. They quite enjoy it. They tune in every week. You're missing a color. Oh, there's another color over here. Okay, so 1 times 20 times 2. 40 minus 1. That's 39 divided by 13, which is 3. I don't know how I missed that. Silver key is fine. Okay, dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end. Damn it, I wanted a dead end. I can still kind of do it if I make both of these dead ends, maybe. I don't want to take the pool because that adds 2 non-dead ends. Give me dead ends, damn it! Oh wait! Dead end rooms are more common today! That will help. Yeah. Take the planetarium here. We just take the wine cellar. Then we only have one way up. I tune in live, but I'm usually at work when you're live. No, that's completely understandable. Honestly, I feel like the live experience isn't as exciting. I'm a little, not baffled, but I'm surprised that so many people show up to watch it live. Ah, that's not good. This would really help if I could spin this. Yeah, these are... I'm getting these in all the worst places. It's very late. Sleep well. Have a happy new year. Yeah, I think this one's going to be over here in a second. Draxus was a mistake. Unless this is locked. Yeah, Draxus's dead ends are very common today. Secret passage counts as a dead end. Give me a hallway. If I can split off, maybe, but I think it's already too late. Yeah, because the only way to make that... are there any other goals worth pursuing, or do I just call it a night for now? Yeah, I've never gotten Draxus before. Turns out having 2 of your 3 rooms always be dead ends when you don't already have a whole bunch of stuff drafted to open it up. Not good. Yeah, I would need to potentially, like, go through, and I don't have the sledgehammer today. Fuck it, let's just see what's in here. Are they just regular chests? Yeah. Okay, well, at least we learned, chat. Don't trust Draxus. One key. The gift shop. Well, this is the dawning of the age of aquariums. I'd rather have a hallway, though. Archives is good. Sheltered from it. Well, maybe we can get this after all. Okay, there's an attic. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm trying to get there. I don't have a shovel, though. Yeah, this also has to be like a 4-corner room. That could set up for tomorrow. Yeah, because I'm already missing a bunch of stuff. Oh, and I never got security. Okay. So that's the end. That's all there is for today. Try one more time and then probably call it a night. Yeah, I wish I knew there was a way to get, to guarantee you could get the vault key, or increase my chances of getting it without it being, it feels like it's 100% random. 62. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Okay, starting today with 2 keys. Let me think real quick. Let me book the back at the sanctum key. The first key is found here on the furthest rank. Second is in the vault of a bank. That's what we need to do. High up among the clocks, I got. Beneath the docks, I got. King on his throne, I don't know. Station, I got. Seventh, if you draft it quite late, I got. So it's just the vault. The vault, the king, and the last one. But wouldn't it be that much of a surprise if it was 100% random? Wow. Yeah, maybe the trading station, if we get that, maybe that'll get me a vault key. No, we got the shrine. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Bring your headlights on the highway. I wonder, is it possible to draft the shrine while you already have a thing going? Yeah, got a hallway here. Vroom vroom, it's very loud outside. That's what you like to see. Attic, right at the start, the best dead end. We get a shovel, we get a gem, that's 2. Coin purse is 3. Magnifying glass is 4. 5. Lockpick is 6. There's 7. And where's the 8th? Is the 8th in the chest? I got a lockpick kit, so... Okay, getting some dice will help as well. All right. Also make this a dead end. I think that would help. Dining room works. Yeah. It's early, so we'd have to come back. But that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Okay, get a dead end here. No, we need one. Dead end, please. I'm gonna go for the closet. Do we want the compass? On the one hand, we do want more north-facing... Are you trying for the trophy? Yeah, the one where you get 8 dead ends, or 20 dead ends. We do want rooms that face north when we're in the middle, and then we want dead ends. I think we don't take it. Are your stars right for getting dead end constellation? They were last time and it screwed us over. I think the only way to do it is to like draft, like if you wanted to use the dead ends, you would have to, the dead end constellation rather. What you would need to do is, it's just picking up that. you would need to, like, draft down the center with, like, a whole bunch of split-off paths and then get Draxus and then do it from there, I think. Okay, we're gonna turn around for now. Because it just killed me? Well, because, the way Draxus works, at least, and every time I drafted after I got it, was that 2 of the 3 rooms I drafted were always dead ends. And at the time I drafted it, I only had 1 open path. So if it gave me, like, a corner and 2 dead ends, then all I could do was, like, corner. And then I couldn't craft another dead end because I'd be done for the day. So I had to keep crafting corners, and then I would go all around, and I never got the... What you need is a whole bunch of split pathways and dead ends. Bunny Blast, rating with a party of 2. Welcome. How'd your stream go? Happy New Year. This is another good one. Security, I think? Yeah, we get security. There's something in here. A penny. Penny for your thoughts? Oh! There's a trunk. Just doing a little test stream. Nice. Set the security level. We're almost certainly going to get the keycard system, but I don't want to do it yet. Just in case. Also, let's go ahead and... Remote access terminal. See if there's a good experiment today in the laboratory. Happy New Year! So far, it's going all right. Let's see if this keeps up for the rest of the year. Each time you unlock or bypass a security door, whenever you draft an archive flute plan, whenever you eat an apple. Gain 1 key, set your steps to 40. Okay, we're gonna hope that we're gonna get to the security doors eventually, and then if we can get a number of dice and re-roll stuff, that'll be really good. Okay. There's the utility closet right there. Just what we wanted. Okay, so we can turn the key cards off. Gymnasium off. Garage on. Now that we got that, we can go right back here. Maybe I should have tried to do that first. Okay, now we set the security to high because we've turned off the power to the security system. So the more of those rooms that appear, the better. Yeah, we want to try to get a 3-way room here. Dark room, this is actually the best place for the dark room, but we want to rotate it. And not like that. Yeah. To hope we can get more gems. We have enough money. We have to enter it. Okay. Enter it. Power turns off. Go back in here. Turn the dark room on. Then hopefully this can be another dead end. It's not. Oh wait, the guest bedroom is a dead end. Yeah. We'll get 10 steps. No free item in here today, unfortunately. I do have the magnifying glass. There's a penny on the floor. Okay. There's something else in here. Oh, the handle. Is that always in here? Or the lever, I should say. Half my steps. Ugh. What would that put me at? 28? 28 steps to make it to rank 8? I think it's worth the risk here. We're playing a very dangerous game. Nope, I need you to be a dead end, please. Oh, but not that dead end. I guess we gotta take it. Might screw us over. At least there's a shovel. Pebbles. Fuck. Hardleg Danger Joe. Where no gamer has gone before. Kitchen. Yeah, that'll let us get some of our stuff back, although we really need gems. Power source. This does also have some digging spots. That means we could make the bottom a dead end as well. We could already do that by going back to the entrance hall. We're low on steps. Let's take this. Let's have a good old club sandwich and a banana. Okay. And draft a dead end from the entrance hall when we get there. We could also draft a dead end from this room if we wanted to. If one appears. Oh, but we can't turn down the passage. Oh wait, the closed... This is even better. No, red rooms are more likely to appear. This might be our only chance for this one. Yeah. Get this. Commissary maid chambers reading nook. We need a gem to get in there. This lets us advance, and it gets it out of the thing. Yep. Happy New Year, Nico and the Bad Seed. The gymnasium we have turned off. Yeah, let's do this. 10 steps. Ugh, the garage. I think we need to get the chapel here, though. Hopefully we can draft the garage below it. Or her ladyship's chamber would be better. If we can get the ladyship below and the chapel above. You have exactly 2 hallways. I do. We could double my keys. That would be a lot of keys. What's your current goal? I need to draft a house with 20 dead ends in it. Which is easier said than done. Come on, garage. Oh, the garage cost money. Fuck. And the commissary costs gems. I might have screwed myself running out of all these gems. Okay, this can be a dead end. Ooh, even better. A dead end that leads into the foundation? Yeah. Oh, it requires gems. Oh, and I don't want to use the closed exhibition here. Yeah, we'll just lavatory. Bathroom. Even the bathroom is a bathroom. Storeroom. That is a dead end. We're going to be relying a lot on getting up from the bottom half. But it does get us gems. And we need those if we're going to be able to advance. Yeah, so far we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're halfway there. Why do things have to cost money? Why do I have to be so poor? I inherited a whole house. I thought it was good to own land. Okay, this has to be like a 4-way intersection. This is gonna make this so much harder, but I feel like I have to do it here. Yeah, that works. I have a shovel. I do. Okay. This can be a dead end. I get 2 more dead ends down there. That does work. Come on, dice. That's a dead end? Yeah. Archives has power ducts in it? Yeah. I could send it through, but it wouldn't go to anything good. Experiment successful. Gave me another gem. Damn. Yep, I got the experiment that could give me, it could give me, theoretically, dice. It hasn't, but it could. Yeah, I think we take the fast way back to the, entrance. Yeah, I forget if the, does the Foundation have power going through it? I didn't even look while I was in there. I don't think the Foundation is powered. It's all dirt. Okay, we need a dead end here for this to still be viable. Hopefully, you're a dead end. Damn. Oh, I didn't make it to rank 8. I thought I did. Yeah, and these archived floor plans just make it, like, impossible. Because now I can't see where I'm going. So I can't make, I mean, yeah, if I had, I could at least go forward. If I knew exactly what I was getting into. As it stands, I think it's impossible now. Yep. It started off so promising. It could be exactly what we need. So many keys and no gems. Yeah, I feel like I'd either have to do this over and over again until I got lucky. Or I would have to, what would be the way? I had it for a second and then I lost it. If I could get the shrine so that I can turn things, and then on the next day, get the thing that turns off the red rooms so that I could enter archives without screwing everything up. But even in this, like, by the time I got to archives, I'd already opened 3 red rooms. Granted, I got the furnace early because it was the only, like, dead end that we were given. I would need to get a bunch of dice. Yep, we've still got a quest to do a whole bunch of billiard rooms. One plus 4, 5, minus 4, so back to 1, times 1 times 4. 8 times 8. That's 64, right? Double check myself. 8 times 8. 64 minus 20 is 44. Divided by 11 is 4. 5 minus 1 is 4. Plus 5 is 9. Minus 1 is 8. Oh, hello, useless keycard. I don't need you anymore. Well, we can at least go through the treasure trove. I think that'll be good to call tonight. We also still need to get the whole, we need to find the rare books room again, which hasn't spawned in, like, several days. And we need to find the, what's it called? We need to be able to buy out the one room, which would require doing the treasure room over and over again. Boxes marked with a moon always contain false statements. Good to know. This is note number 5. And I think that's it for today. My other thing, I've been tossing a coin into the fountain, like, almost every day. But at this point, that would still only be, like, 20 or something since I started doing it. And I've already been in here 6 times. What was the mark on this chest? Ah. Huh. Dash. This was in a moon chest. So, what does that mean? Just get to the casino and win. It's easy. Yeah, someone else said that before, and they're like, "Oh, it's, you know, you can rig the machines, but I don't know how." I explored around, and if there was some kind of system, I could not understand it. Put it all on black. Yep. I think we're going to call it a day in the game, and I'm going to call it a day in real life. I'm being facetious. I'm not hinting at some big secret. The other person said that it really was like there was a trick to it. And you could, if you had the handle on the middle one, on the middle slot machine, then you could always get what you wanted. And I don't know if they were trying to trick me or not. It's hard to say with this game. This game has a way of making you, like, think things. They're trying to make you think you're crazy. The better slot has better odds. Yeah. I figured that, but they also said that they're like, there's a system where if you know how it always win, or always know whether or not you should pay more. I guess I could just look it up. Oh, hey, Broken Mercy. I didn't know you came in here. Happy New Year. Oh, and Happy New Year, Payne. I didn't know you were here either. There's so many people chilling out in the stream, just having a good Happy New Year. Let me go ahead and see, is there anyone else worth rating at this 3:30 in the morning?